And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. Live today via Dirt 2 Media at salemspeedway.tv on a beautiful afternoon, a beautiful Saturday afternoon on the legendary High Banks. Practice about ready to get underway. Cars beginning to stack up on the backstretch. And looking forward to a great afternoon after all the country's been through and still going through. This is a real treat to be at the legendary High Banks of Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery, and a great, beautiful afternoon along as well. So just a lot to look forward to today. Some 20 Lucas Oil Great American stock cars on the grounds today. We have a 4-hour practice session ahead, and a whole lot more I think we'll be hearing from some of the drivers later in the broadcast. But some 20 cars on site, and even a compact car here, and I think there's a quarter-mile Ford Crown Vic here to do a little testing as well. But our focus today will be on the Lucas Oil Great American stock cars, 4 hours of practice from 12 up through 4 p.m., and then we're going to line up and race. Now, the race today is not mandatory. It's not a points race, but it is and will be an official race going into the official Salem Speedway record books with an official winner here today at Salem Speedway. I want to thank MR Heating and Air for the contributions for the purse today for what will become the COVID-19 and 19-lap exhibition feature race. Winner to receive the COVID Cup, beautiful trophy, and some purse money along as well. Compliments of MR Heating and Air. So practice coming out, and cars beginning to roll the 38. Already wearing the 38 first out on the speedway. Or I should check, and I'm going to check. I don't want to say I don't know, but that's either Artie or Alex wearing the car. I thought it was Artie, but we're going to confirm that. I want to get that right before we get too deep into the broadcast. Warming up the tires and getting ready to go. There's been a lot going on here at Salem Speedway in preparation for the 2020 season. Compliments of the new promoter, Bill Nisley, out of right here in Pekin or Salem, Indiana, who's done so much and thrown so much at this grand old gal to help bring this place back to, well, it was always pretty grand and great, but there's been a lot of improvements to the place, and we'll talk about some of them as we get on with it today. More cars on the Speedway, the 9-car, Todd Kemp. He's a big story here and has been for decades. The Huntingburg, Indiana driver, the only 5-time track champion in the house today. We got a 4-time champion here as well, but Kemp, 5 times a champion at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. His most recent Great American Stock Car title back in 2018. Brandon Deckard in the 13 car. Now the mark on that thing. These machines are so beautiful, and we hope to keep them that way, but you know how it goes. Brandon Deckard, the Shepherdsville, Kentucky driver, a machinist by trade, and a pretty darn good race car driver on Saturdays and or Sundays. The improvement he showed last year was tremendous, actually. And even put it on the podium before it all was said and done. His best and career best finish, a third-place finish here at Salem last year. That's pretty cool. He hasn't been doing this all that long. You want to talk about someone who really stepped up his game and stepped up his program. He would be one to talk about. There's a new man in the field, the 59 car. That's a driver we've not seen on the High Banks of Salem. Nick Cook out of Louisville, Kentucky, at 37 years young. An office administrator at Univar Chemical Company. A lot of the race fans will recognize him from the Sportstrom. He's a veteran there, a winner in the Extreme Figure 8 class. By the way, but interestingly enough for Nick Cook today, the 59 car, this is his first ever, a veteran at the Sportstrom, but his first ever attempt on the High Banks. He's never driven around the High Banks until right here, right now. You're looking at it. So big, big day for Nick Cook. We wish him well in his maiden voyage here at Salem Speedway. Nick Cook at the 59. That's our good friend Craig Rogers back in the 69. Rogers in 69, one of the veterans in the lineup today. Rogers serves as a service and sales rep for Cintas when he's not doing this. But good to have him go. And by the sounds of things out there, I think we've got a green flag in the air. Barry Smedley on the flag stand here today. Barry Smedley on the flag stand. Our race director for today is Jim Robinson. Good to have Jim Robinson in the house, a name well connected to racing. His father, Jim Robinson, the late Jim Robinson, was an ARCA National Tour winner, winning 500 laps ARCA races back at Dayton Speedway and the Fairgrounds Motor Speedway. Good look at Todd Kemp there. Already wearing the 38, working his way around the high banks off turn number 2. Beautiful cars. It's so fun to see these cars looking like they do, all sporty, pretty, and polished up. Of course, they never look that way at the back end of the season, but that's okay. This is a rough and tumble tour, this Lucas Oil Great American Stock Car Division. And it's certainly my opinion that this is, on a weekly basis, the greatest, most competitive, most prestigious street stock class in the United States of America. On a weekly basis. Not that there's not other great street stock classes out there and tours, but on a weekly basis, on the Salem High Banks, these guys are as good as it gets. And you know, the proof is always in the pudding. When they go run the Nationals at Bristol Motor Speedway, watch the lineup. It's often the Salem guys you'll find up front. Austin Baum back, car number 74. Good to have him back in the house. Look at that beauty. We went through every nut and bolt on that machine. It's absolutely spotless. It's beautiful. Austin Baum, the driver out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. He's going to be a senior at Purdue University. 24-year-old youngster, going to be a senior at Purdue University studying mechanical engineering. More on Austin Baum later in the show. Back with Todd Kemp. He's a good, if you want to know how to get around Salem Speedway, it would be a good place to park yourself behind the 9 car. Trouble is staying with him because he's as good at this place as anyone will ever be, the 5-time champion. Although he didn't get to victory lane last year, so I know he's extra hungry to get there this year. Where on the heels of the 59 of Nick Cook. We talked about him, brand new racer, so figuring out Salem Speedway does not happen overnight or in a day. For some, it's years in the making to figure. I don't know that anyone really ever figures this place out, but it takes a while to get there. Specifically, it takes a while to get comfortable on the high banks. The way around is different at both ends, typically through 3 and 4. You'll note that most of the drivers drive right up to the wall. That's the fast way around. You want to be fast through 3 and 4, you have to be comfortable against the concrete. And for whatever reason, the groove is much different in 1 and 2, typically right through the middle of the track. Although I do notice here in the last couple of years or so, the groove is moving up incrementally through 1 and 2. But typically over the years, the best way through 1 and 2 has been right through the middle. We'll keep an eye on that. But 3 and 4, it's been all about being up top and being comfortable to be, you know, just a few feet away from the concrete wall. You notice when you're going through 3 and 4, you'll notice all the tire marks on the wall. You know, the Salem stripe. Look at it. Yeah, they bounce off regularly and often keep right on going. But what I'm getting at is this track is extremely challenging. I've made the comparison with these drivers a million times. What's more challenging, you know, because a lot of these guys have driven the Bristol track, the great Bristol Motor Speedway. What's more challenging? I've not had one driver yet tell me that Bristol is more challenging than Salem Speedway. This place is a handful. It really is. And a lot of respect for the drivers who even take a run at this place. 32 car, David Baines onto the Speedway now, the Halloween 200 winner in 2018. He said for him that was like winning the Daytona 500. That's his Daytona 500, the Halloween 200, the most prestigious street stock race in the country, where they start 3 abreast. If you've not seen the Halloween 200, you got to see it sometime. Put it on your calendar about mid-October. The Halloween 200 is 3 abreast, usually some 40 cars strong, 200 rounds at Salem. It's a phenomenal show to see. David Baines, the 4-time track champion. An interesting note on David Baines, no driver has won more feature events in any division at Salem, except one. And you probably may know who that is. Chuck Bard Sr., the all-time winner at Salem with 55 victories. Well, second on that list, over 74 years, is David Baines with 29 career wins. Jeff Caudill on the track now in the 98 car. The Austin, Indiana driver who sets up shop these days in Seymour, Indiana. Owner, operator of Interstate Fuel Injection, just got that piece together. His brother Scott Caudill will be with us throughout the summer as well. He didn't have his car quite ready, but great to see Jeff Caudill back in the house. Caudill had a really, really hard crash here last year that ended his season. Fortunately, he wasn't injured more than he was, but the car, something broke on the machine coming off turn 2, and it turned left hard into that inner retaining wall, destroyed the car, completely destroyed it, and put him out for the season. So it's great to have Jeff Caudill back in the house. How about that beauty, the 17 car, Shane Slider in 17, the Blue Lick Backhoe Service, Focal Point Homes and Development, Hannafin Trucking, Carolina Transport Chevrolet, Shane Slider out of Henryville, Indiana. He's got brand new sheet metal wrapped around that car. He's another guy that got a lot better throughout the season in his rookie run last year. This place is not easy. He had a bad crash at Bristol last year. It really set him back for the season, but still came out 10th in the 2019 season point standings in his first year of competition. I know he learned a lot, and I know we're going to see even bigger and better things from Shane Slider in 2020. It's just, how about that? There's from a rookie to a veteran. If there ever was a comparison, this would be one to make. Tony Conway, the Iceman, car number 54, the driver out of Louisville, Kentucky, the Gilead Construction, Skyline Chili, Shane Wilson Lawn Care, Locker Room Pub Chevy. Conway has probably as many laps around here as anyone. Track champion here back in 2002. Yeah, this guy goes back a long way. And if I'm not mistaken, the Halloween 200 winner. Don't hold me to the fire on the year. I believe it was 1998. We can verify it later. But also a Halloween 200 winner, Tony Conway. Always good to have him back in the house. A 3-car team there with the Tim Sebastian Motorsports team. There's a name and an entry you'll probably recognize. The number reaches back all the way to his grandfather, Bill Kimmel Sr., who's still alive. He'll be 92 years young come September 13th. The oldest living ARCA winner, his grandson, Will Kimmel, and of course the defending Lucas Oil Great American Stock Car Champion, car number 69, the E3 Spark Plugs, Eddie Gilstrap Motors TNT Construction ride. Kimmel is pretty good at Salem Speedway. He won a super late model championship back here in the early 00s. So yeah, Kimmel, the name is synonymous with Salem Speedway, not only through his father, Bill Jr., but through Uncle Frank, who put up more ARCA wins here than any driver on earth. 9 ARCA Menard Series National Tour victories over the years for Frank Kimmel here at Salem, 9 more than any driver. And, of course, the 10-time national champion. Bill Kimmel here today. Bill Kimmel Jr. Serves as his son's crew chief. Bill Kimmel Sr., 3-time late model champion at old Louisville Motor Speedway. So there's just so much racing and so many family connections here at Salem Speedway. And the Kimmel connection would be certainly one to talk about. You know, the Kimmel brand is amazing across the board. They're when you talk about American motorsports and American stock car racing families, there's only 2 three American stock car families that go back as far as Kimmel Racing does, that are still active in the business with still family members racing. And we're talking, first of all, Kimmel Racing goes back to, are you ready for this? One of the oldest operating stock car family teams in America, going back to 1949. Kimmel Racing was founded. Yeah. The only other two teams that go back that far in American motorsports, family teams still racing with family members in the driver's chair. Richard Petty, Petty Motorsports, Petty Enterprises, whatever he calls it these days, and Dale Earnhardt Sr. Those teams, Earnhardt, Petty, and Kimmel, go back to the late 40s. And just remarkable history to be part of that club. Jamie Goodman in the 75 car, back in the house. Good to have him here. Jamie Goodman, car number 75, great guy. He's got some new help from Turtlefish Clothing this year. Turtlefish Clothing, a sponsor and a business right in the town square of Salem, Indiana. The beautiful town square. Love the town square in Salem. The beautiful Washington County Courthouse. Oh, man, built in 1888. But anyway, yeah, he's got Turtlefish Clothing on the car. Welcome Turtlefish Clothing, the 75 car, and some sponsorship help from Wright Mechanical as well. Beautiful Salem Speedway. You got to love it. The rolling hills wrapped around this 55-acre property, the golf course on the backstretch. It really is a beautiful property. Having been living on it for 10 months now, I would know. It's been quite a treat and quite an experience. Anyway, I'm Don Radebaugh. I haven't said that yet. I don't know that you need to know or that it even matters to you. But that's me. I'm Don Radebaugh. I'll be your PA announcer. And Dirt 2 Media live stream announcer this 2020 season at Salem Speedway, and I'm looking forward to that for sure. Kyle Frame in the 39 car on the Speedway. We've got a few different divisions here. This day was open to all divisions competing at Salem Speedway in the 2020 season, which would include the Vors compact cars, the four-cylinder bumblebees, I call them. These things are actually a lot of fun to watch. When the Vors cars come here in late August, they'll bring 30-plus race cars. It's actually a phenomenal show. It's our back-to-school days event starring the Vors Compact Tour, and, of course, they'll be alongside the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. That's coming up. Come on, Don, get it. Back-to-school bash, which would be August 22nd at Salem Speedway, featuring the Vors cars. That's Kyle Frame in this car, in the 39 car. He was testing here. We did a video on him at the Salem Speedway Facebook page. Hope you'll check in regularly at the Salem Speedway Facebook page. We're doing a lot of great videos and candid interviews with these drivers that compete at Salem, and they've turned out really, really well. Appreciate all the support and all the folks watching them. Kyle Frame and car number 39. These cars are so fun, and you watch, they'll follow the same line around here that the street stocks do, typically anyway. Through the middle, yeah, there we go. Right through the middle in 1 and 2. In fact, he's got her tucked down on the bottom actually, and now off the pace, coming probably down pit road. Kyle Frame, car number 39. I asked him when he was here, we interviewed him last week when he was here testing. I asked him if he was any relation to Fred Frame, and thinking he will not even know what I'm talking about. But he did. I was really shocked. He was the first person I ever asked if they knew who Fred Frame was, and he actually knew. And I wanted to know if he was related to him. To his knowledge, he wasn't, but he certainly was aware of the name, and that's pretty remarkable considering Fred Frame won the Indianapolis 500 in 1932. That was a long time ago, relatively speaking. Beautiful shot of Salem Speedway. I love that. I love this property. Here since 1947, one of the great grand short tracks in the United States of America. The history this place holds alone is just absolutely phenomenal. It boggles my mind when you look back through the books and think about the drivers who cut their teeth here and used this great track as a springboard to not only the NASCAR Cup Series, but the Indy 500. This was at one time, and it certainly still could be, as challenging as this place is. This track was, in fact, a proving ground, the barometer for the Indianapolis 500. A.J. Foyt said it a million times. If you were good enough, skilled enough, and daring enough to get around the high banks of Salem, and you were good at it and skilled at it enough, then you were ready for the Indianapolis 500. This place really was a benchmark for that place for so many decades. And A.J. would probably know, having won the Indianapolis 500 in 1961, 64, 67, and 77, the four-time Indy 500 winner put in a lot of time at Salem Speedway en route to the Brickyard. And that list, he's not alone on that list. Indy 500 winners Mario Andretti is a former Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial winner at Salem. Parnelli Jones, the 1963 Indy 500 winner, is a former USAC Sprint Car winner here at Salem Speedway. What's his name? Troy Ruttman, who used to live right around the corner here on Route 60, just off Turn 2. Troy Ruttman, the 1952 Indy 500 winner, cut his teeth at Salem Speedway. I was looking back through the history books earlier today, and I saw this really cool note. It really kind of shocked me, but the all-time winningest sprint car driver at Salem Speedway, this is how far back this place goes, is still Troy Ruttman, the 52 Indy 500 winner. He had 8 AAA and or USAC sprint car wins here, 8, and that's more than any other sprint car driver ever put up. And he had done that by, well, actually that was before 55, so it would have been in all the AAA days. But yeah, I mean, he did that back in 52, 53, and still the all-time winningest driver here in the sprint car leagues, a record that still stands. A.J. Foyt was the first driver to get in the 18-second bracket here, I believe, as well. That record held for a long time. But, I mean, and this place is renowned on the Cup side, too. Bobby Allison is a former winner here. Darrell Waltrip is a former winner here. Mark Martin is a former winner here. The list goes on and on. The track and the history this place holds is nothing short of remarkable. We're back with the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Car practice, having got the 4-cylinder car of Kyle Frame in and out and in, I guess you could say. Craig Rogers in the 69. We're back under green at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. We want to thank the Hoosier Lottery. They've been a big supporter of this track for many years now, and they're back with us in 2020. And considering how challenging these COVID-19 Corona times are, to hold down a sponsorship and have a great partnership with Hoosier Lottery is quite wonderful, and we're very fortunate. Todd Kemp in the 9 car. He's got 2 9 cars here today, by the way. Todd Kemp in car number 9.
Well, I'm gonna head over there. I took care of some of the stuff I needed to, so
Thanks for coming.
and I'll get with you.
Sorry. Quick conversation with Travis Kern, our technical director at Salem Speedway. Another amazing man. We did a video story on Travis Kern on the Salem Speedway Facebook page. It got over 30,000 views, and that thing was like 20 minutes long, and people watched it. It was wonderful. We're very grateful. Travis Kern is a remarkable man. He's the technical director for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars, and he was just signing off on the day. He's so busy. He's got to get over to the little dirt track here and work with a customer over there, because he also builds engines. And then he's off to Richmond, Kentucky tonight for a race as well. He's got some teams there. So he's a busy guy, and we're very fortunate to have a guy so good at what he does as the technical director at Salem Speedway. That's Dr. Michael Sharp in the 4 car, who's a chiropractor by trade, out of Bardstown, Kentucky. That's a beautiful town, isn't it? You've been to Bardstown, right? I love Bardstown. That's a cool town, little town square, beautiful courthouse, beautiful town. But he's from Bardstown, Dr. Michael Sharp, chiropractor. So if your back hurts, give him a try. He'll wrench on it for you. Michael Sharp, one of the veterans here at Salem Speedway. But just to wrap up Travis Kern is an amazing guy. He's the technical director. When this division was struggling, I don't know, 10 years ago or so, we had maybe 11 or 12 cars. He's the man most responsible for growing the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Car thing to what it is today. We've got some 20 cars here today. We'll have more throughout the season. There's several teams that aren't here today, weren't ready, whatever, but he's responsible for building this into the greatest street stock class in the country, and we're grateful. The guy's amazing. He's got a body shop business all day, and he builds engines at night. He's got some 30 engines across national late model tours out there right now. I mean, how he does it all, I don't know. It's just amazing. And he chases and services customers around the country. And oh, by the way, when Salem Speedway is cranked up and running, he's the technical director here. I can't say enough about that man. He's so valuable to what we do. Craig Rogers, this is the last thing I'd want to see. Always struggling. They had a hard year last year. Had motor issues, and I don't know that they have motor issues here today, but something's going on with the bonnet hood off the 69 car of Craig Rogers. There was smoke pouring from the car. We are under caution, so I've got to believe we may check the track for possible fluid. I'm not certain. I still hear cars out there, but we're under caution. Yeah, we're out there now with Safety One on the scene, checking to see if we may have put down some fluid from the 69 car of Craig Rogers. We have a brand new safety team here this year as well, I'll point out, for the Salem Speedway safety team and Safety One truck. And I want to put my thanks to them out there today because long story short, most of the people in the house today are volunteering their time because they care about Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. They're volunteering their time, as is the brand new safety crew. And we've got veteran guys on this safety crew. Drew Tenenfeld, brand new safety guy. He's a regular with the NASCAR Cup Series tour. He's been at Charlotte all week and drove all night so he could be here for this opening day at Salem Speedway. They volunteered their time today, and we're grateful for the expert safety team we have here at Salem Speedway. And that includes GB and D. Abbott. GB Abbott, who you'll see marching up and down pit road and helping direct safety on pit road and throughout the track. GB Abbott has been the safety director here since 1980-something, I think 1987. Since he came on board, he's never missed a race, which, again, just another remarkable story that's part of the lure, the track lure of Salem Speedway. Okay, so what we're getting is no fluid on the track. We hope Craig Rogers hope that's not terminal, man. They had a rough year last year, and it's not started out all that great here today. We'll hope for better things from Craig Rogers. I really do. He's a great guy, and they work hard. You know, they do so much with a little family team. Doesn't have the sponsors, and Dad helps, and they do what they can and work so hard to be here. And I hope it goes better for them coming up. We're back under green at Salem Speedway, if you couldn't tell, with action back on the high banks, back with Tony Conway in the 54 car, the Iceman. Iceman cometh. One of the veterans. I think he's been in more Halloween 200s than any driver here today. I can assure you that. Jeff Berg here today in the 26 car. Good to have him in the house. Jeff Berg, the blue 26, he's a fast runner. He ran very well in the last two Halloween 200s. Jeff Berg in 26. Interesting story on that guy. He is, by trade, an anesthesiologist. Did I say that right? It's got way too many syllables. Anesthesiologist. He's a doctor, and a pretty good one, a really good one. Very well respected, and a really good race car driver. His first time out, they've not tested yet, so I'm sure they're working through the handle on the 26 car. But Dr. Jeff Berg, the anesthesiologist from Kentucky, in the house. So, yeah, there's a lot of those interesting stories here at Salem Speedway. One after the other. You could spend all day telling stories, and pretty good ones, too. Who we got? Why? You know what number that is? I don't know. You tell me. That one's hard to figure out. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe you can figure it out, but I'm struggling with this one. It's a beautiful car. I can tell they worked hard on it. There is a number on the right side. And okay, yeah, the T12. The T12. That's another brand new entry here. That's Tommy Brown Jr. out of Akron, Kentucky. Ooh, a loose car off turn 2, held on nicely though. He's another guy that's a rookie, a 49-year-old rookie. It's a great story. 49-year-old rookie. He's not run the high banks yet, so living out a dream here today. He has run the Sportsdrome for years, a name you'll recognize from there. Tommy Brown Jr. taking it to the high banks at 49 years young. For the first time, he has 5 kids, and wait for it, 8 grandkids. And former Oval Extreme champion at Sportsdrome Speedway, which is cool, but Sportsdrome Speedway, a flat little quarter mile, is it's different. Let's just say it's different. Grand old Speedway, Sportsdrome, we support them. We love the Sportsdrome. But getting around a flat quarter and getting around a high bank super speedway is just 2 different animals, that's all. But we love the Sportsdrome. And the Sportsdrome Speedway, interesting because their history goes all the way back to 1947 as well. So we're parallel in histories. The 92 car in the house, and let me get to it. Wesley Howard, 92. Again, another driver coming new. We're having a lot of new cars this year. A lot of new interest in the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. Wesley Howard out of Philpott, Kentucky. Brand new to the Tour in 2020. Works at Owensboro Crane. Back with the 26 of Dr. Jeff Berg and the 98 of Jeff Caudell. Caudell, the owner. Oh, hang on to it, Jeff. Caudell, the owner-operator of Interstate Fuel Injection out of Seymour, Indiana. And a longtime racer here at Salem Speedway. Caudell, a former ARCA Menard Series National Tour driver, has starts here at Salem, Kentucky Speedway, the Milwaukee Mile. Dang good race car driver. He really is. Kimmel's pretty good at this too. Will Kimmel, car number 69. He's not only wrestling the 69 car, he's got 2 young boys now. Waylon and Will Kimmel Jr., 3rd or 4th or 5th or 6th or whatever it is, I don't know. Will Kimmel, his little boy Will, and Waylon, his wife Erica, the family connection, the family team. And it was really cool to see Will Kimmel win the Street Stock Championship here last year. In fact, he did something here last year that no driver, it's hard to say that, but it's true. No driver has ever done what Will Kimmel did here last year. He went on every time the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars raced at Salem last year, he put that 69 car on the pole through qualifying. He won every Fast Time Award here last year, the whole 19 season. No driver has ever done that in any division here before. He did it last year. Won a couple of races too, and won the 2019 Lucas Oil Great American Stock Car Championship. That's the only Chevrolet Nova in the field, by the way. Most of these are Chevy Monte Carlos. Kimmel's in a Chevy Nova. Yeah, Will Kimmel out of Sellersburg, Indiana. He's getting ready to go ARCA racing. Have you heard? The ARCA cars are going to fire it back up here shortly after a big pause from the Corona, that Corona thing. Kimmel getting ready to do some ARCA racing. He won't be in the driver's chair, but they'll be fielding a 69 ARCA Menard Series car upcoming at Talladega Super Speedway, upcoming, I believe, on June 20th. So ARCA getting ready to fire back up. And we, as you know, postponed the ARCA race, which was supposed to have been in late April here. Had a beautiful weekend for that, too. Dang it. But Corona got in the way, as it has in so many ways. So working on rescheduling the ARCA Menard Series Kentuckiana Ford Dealers 200 race for later this season. We have not yet announced the date, but we're working toward that direction. We hope to get there. But that's certainly the plan, to reschedule the ARCA race here at Salem Speedway. I want to take just a moment to thank Bill Nisley, the new promoter here at Salem Speedway. Young guy. He's just 37 years young, and he's done so much for this place. And he's throwing everything he's got at this place, trying to bring it back and trying to make it. It's always been great, but he's doing so much for this place, and we want to thank his commitment and all he's been doing. And he poured a brand new front stretch wall, so that wall went back to like the late 40s or early 50s. I mean, it was literally crumbling. He tore it all down and poured a brand new front stretch wall, put in all new along the front stretch here, catch fence posts, those posts, and a new, still working on the fence, but the new catch fence going in, new support posts to hold it up. He poured a brand new wheelchair ramp. It was just stones. It was very hard to navigate a wheelchair up the ramp. He poured a concrete strip to make it simple and easy this year. There is, I don't know if you'll catch it in the pan here, but a brand new flag stand up as well. The red flag stand built and designed by Owen Thompson, who still owns the property. The newly paved spectator path at the bottom of the grandstand is newly paved in new concrete. Power washed the grandstands, painting the ticket offices and the restrooms. Invested in 25 new radios and headsets for the race events. He's just really going to town here and working this place as hard as can be. He was all excited. We had so much momentum. And then that Corona thing, yeah. But we want to thank Bill Nisley for all he's done for Salem Speedway. And trust me, it's a lot. If you're just joining us, welcome to Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. I'm Don Radeball, and I'm glad to be with you today on a beautiful afternoon. Sunny, partly cloudy, partly sunny. It's perfect. Low humidity, about 70. I mean, how sweet is that? I mean, it really is beautiful. We couldn't have landed a better day for our opening test and tune to officially blast off the 2020 season. 84 car. I like that machine. I'm a big fan of green. That's always been my favorite color. 84 car on the track. Justin Fiedler in the 84 car out of Louisville. Justin Fiedler in 84. Good looking machine there. Fiedler in 84. The K&K Repair Service, Carolina Transport Harbor Bridge Chevrolet. There's Austin Baum back out, car number 74. Austin Baum has picked up some new sponsors. Mike's Paint and Body Shop on, as is MR Heating and Air. And all his regular sponsors as well. Baum's Racing Supply, B&D Weed Control, and Shane Wilson Lawn Care. He's a great little story. A wonderful young man. He'll be a senior at Purdue University, the New Albany branch. Upcoming mechanical engineering. He's a very bright young man and pretty good, darn good wheelman here at Salem Speedway. Just 24, but he's a veteran, not so much at Salem, but a veteran of racing. He goes back 10 years already. He's got 2 track titles at Salem Speedway, and we do have trouble down there. The 59 car has turned around. That would be Nick Cook out of Louisville, has turned around. I don't see that he's made contact. We're hoping he didn't anyway, because contact at Salem Speedway is usually a pretty major league, don't want to do a thing. Nick Cook, the driver out of Louisville, Kentucky, an extreme figure 8 winner at the Sportstrome Speedway. Hey, Sportstrome. We love you, Sportstrome. It's a cool little track. But his first ever appearance on the high banks. So it was his a plan today to sort of get his feet wet. He wants to run the full season and get to know this place. As we mentioned earlier, it just doesn't happen in a day here at Salem. Nobody will ever figure it out in a day. I know drivers that have been coming here for 20 plus years and they still don't have it where they need it or want it. So Nick Cook has spun down there. Not sure why. And from what I can tell, no contact. At least from this angle, I don't know that for sure. We're certainly hoping for that. Safety 1 on the scene. We have our wrecker service here. Back away, back away. That's pretty good advice from the safety team. Nick Cook, car number 59, who's an office administrator at Univar. Univar, a chemical company. They provide solvents for big carriers, big companies like Dow Chemical. And as I said, an extreme winner in the Figure 8 Series at the Sportsdrome, but his first time ever here today on the high banks. That's the car. He bought that car from Scott Wisman, the 24 car last year, who bought a brand new car for this year, although Scotty unfortunately wasn't quite ready for today, but he is coming. Ooh, I hate to see the hook coming, if that's where we're going. That's what it looks like. Nick Cook has come around in turns 1 and 2. But he bought that car from Scotty Wisman. That was the 24 car from last year. Nick has 2 kids, 14 and 15. They're both race car drivers. They run the front-wheel drive cars over at the Sportsdrome. 14 and 15, they're here today with their father. And we were hoping for a little better start for this guy, and I hope the damage report is minimal down there in turns 1 and 2. I want to thank Eddie Gilstrap Motors for the wrecker here today. Thanks, Eddie Gilstrap Motors. They're a big part of the Kentuckiana Ford Dealers sponsorship, the title sponsor on not only the ARCA Menard Series race coming yet this year, but one of my favorites here, upcoming, the 61st annual Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial, coming August 15th. 61st annual, the title sponsor on that one, the Kentuckiana Ford Dealers. And Steve Motzinger, who owns Eddie Gilstrap Motors, he's a big part of and very instrumental in making all that happen. He's been a big supporter of the Speedway for decades, and we couldn't be more grateful for the contributions from Steve Motzinger, Eddie Gilstrap Motors, and our very favorite Kentuckiana Ford dealers. So thanks for the help here today. Under caution at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. On a beautiful afternoon, we thank you so much for joining us here today. We hope you're enjoying the live broadcast. Compliments of our new partners and good friends at Dirt 2 Media. Dirt 2 Media. And we thank them for their expertise here today. They're here in full force with a team. And we're grateful for Dirt 2 Media. We'll be streaming most of the events here live in the 2020 season. We're excited to let you know if you didn't already know. And you'll always be able to see that on salemspeedway.tv. And I know they'll be running airtime over on the Dirt 2 Media Facebook page as well. And we would always encourage you to visit the Dirt 2 Media Facebook page as well. But I want to say, this is a pay-per-view. You have to pay to see the live stream. That's how this works. Except today. It's free, which I thought was pretty cool. In other words, and compliments of Dirt 2 Media, who is committed to the season and paying to have a crew here today and pumping out a quality product at no charge. And this is what I mean. These are people who want to see Salem Speedway thrive and survive. And we appreciate Dirt 2 Media. Without them being here today and providing this live free stream. Now that's free is a pretty good price these days, actually. I always thought free was good. I always liked that price, and that's what you're getting here today, a live stream free of charge. And if you like what you see today, maybe we can bring you back for a couple bucks down through the season to help support not only Dirt 2 Media so they can make ends meet, but Salem Speedway fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. But this is not possible today without Dirt 2 Media. I want to thank Ryan and Nathan Bowling and the whole team here today. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I'm looking over, and by the way, how's the damage report on that car? I've been looking out the window here. We got drag cars over. The drifters are here on the drag strip next door. Had a very successful drift event here earlier this year, and they're over testing today, and I see a few drag cars over there. There's a lot of interest in that drag strip, by the way. And we're looking forward to bringing you some of that this year, too. Some live events over there. Not on Dirt 2 Media. Not that it couldn't be in the future, but we're going to concentrate the Dirt 2 Media live stream on the oval here this year. Nick Cook on the hook. I don't see any damage to the car. That's the best news of all, but so maybe something broke. He obviously wasn't able to drive the car back on the hook as he is, but I hated to see that. I hope whatever broke on the machine isn't a big deal, like motor or whatever. But hate to see that car on the hook way too early. What I am encouraged is the no damage report on the 59 car of Nick Cook, the young man out of Louisville, Kentucky. You might have heard of Louisville. That's about 30 miles out. Big city, big town. We got a lot of drivers from Kentucky. A lot of fans come over from Kentucky to support Salem Speedway. It's kind of a rivalry between Indiana and Kentucky, with the Ohio River in between. But a lot of teams and drivers and fans from Kentucky. We always welcome all the good folks from the Bluegrass State here at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. The 9 car, Todd Kemp, back out on the speedway. Kemp has 2 cars here today. I think we said that earlier. Has 2 cars here today, both number 9. He bought that car, by the way, the one you're looking at now. He bought that car from Blake Hillard out of Owensboro. So he bought that car brand new for this year. And he's still got the old trusty red number 9 here. He's testing both cars here today. So Todd Kemp, and Todd Kemp is another amazing story. He amazes me. 5-time champion, only one in the house. You talk about he's got some help, some volunteers and that, but he does so much of it on his own by himself. I've seen him come here literally and test with one other guy, sometimes by himself, gets out of the car, works on the car, climbs back in the car, goes out, comes back in, gets out of the car, climbs out, works on the car, climbs. He's amazing. He's a machine. And just a great story. Huntingburg, Indiana driver, Todd Kemp, the Huntingburg Hurricane. And if you want to know how to get around Salem Speedway, he's one of the go-to guys. Nobody's got this place quite figured out as well as he does. Well, there's probably a handful of drivers that do. But if you're wondering how to do it, he would be one of my go-to guys. He's as good as it gets at Salem Speedway. He's very, very sharp on the high banks. But he says he's been struggling with a handle on this machine, though, and which is why he's got it here today, trying to dial that car in for better days ahead. Todd Kemp, car number 9, the 5-time champion and former Halloween 200 winner. So he's got the credentials. That's for sure. Back down on the speedway. Looks like, ooh, how about that? The doctors are nose to tail off turn 2. The good doctors. Jeff Berg in the 26 car, the anesthesiologist, car number 26, out of Louisville, Kentucky. He's got the Bardstown, Kentucky chiropractic doctor in his rear view mirror, Dr. Michael Sharp. Both are very good at Salem and do a great job. Now the 4 car, man, you talk about a guy that likes to run his machine loose with the back end kicked out. He's on that list. You'll watch him. Look at that. Yeah, that car's always busting loose, and he drives it like he's at Eldora Speedway. And sometimes it looks like he is going through 1 and 2. Berg now off the pace, and look at that car. See the back end kick out? He'll run that way all the way around Salem Speedway. Again, it's really like he must have his Eldora set. Look at that. Oh, and keep looking, because he's in. When I meant loose, I didn't mean quite that loose. That's a new effort, new machine for Mike Sharp this year, and last thing he wanted to see. Yeah, that's loose and way too loose. And he goes around. There was contact up in turn 4. He landed driver's side 2 and able to drive away. That's a good sign. But anytime you lean into the concrete at Salem, it's never good. And he got out in pretty good shape in that one. That could have been worse. So we've seen worse here, but he made left side contact with the 4 car, and they'll take a moment to look him over. Was able to drive off again, but we were just talking about how he likes that loose race car. The back end's kicked out all the way around. Well, it kicked out all right in 3 and 4 and snapped around on him. and he landed driver's side 2 up in 3 and 4, rolled back off the wall, shoved it in gear and drove it back down pit road, was able to drive it back to his pit stall to the attention of his, I was going to say his crew, but to the attention of one man, one guy. There's a lot of that here, bare bones. Right side up on Will Kimmel's car, the 69, I see they're going to work on it, working on the handle of it. Kimmel was all excited to get here today. Who wouldn't be to come to Salem Speedway? Trying to sort that one out. A couple of veterans there, Todd Kemp and Will Kimmel in the 69 car. The only Chevy Nova in the house here today, the third generation driver, part of one of the longest running family stock car teams in American history. Only Earnhardt and Petty reach back as far as Kimmel Racing. Kimmel Racing founded in 1949. Yeah, that's Will out of the car. He's not even in the car. That's Will right there. And the driver's TNT Construction on the back. Your defending 2019 champion. I don't know that Will Kimmel's, we'll see him, I think, quite a bit in the 2020 season here at Salem, but maybe not every race. They're busy. They've got a full-time ARCA Menard Series team they're trying to manage, which is a big job, as you may know. In fact, they're getting ready. They're getting suited up to go to Talladega Super Speedway with their ARCA car. That's coming June 20th when ARCA kicks their heels back up and gets back on the Talladega High Banks. I love Talladega. But yeah, so he's committed to an ARCA team. They field cars for a Michigan driver, Michael Melton, and other drivers as well. Sometimes Will Kimmel gets in the ARCA car. He especially loves to run the ARCA mile dirt tracks in Springfield and DuQuoin. They're some of his favorites. In fact, when he talks about his favorite ARCA races and ARCA tracks, along with tracks like Salem and Daytona, he's always got the mile dirts from Illinois on. He loves those mile dirts, and if you haven't seen an ARCA race at Springfield and DuQuoin, they are worth seeing. By the way, Will Kimmel's career best ARCA Menard Series National Tour finish was right here at Salem Speedway, where he finished second. That's pretty good, second. And he did also finish second on the Tricky Triangle, the 2.5-mile Pocono Raceway, and an ARCA National Tour event. His best finish at Daytona was third. So he's always been an up-front kind of guy, as has that team has been over there. That's Bill Kimmel Jr. there. Bill Kimmel Jr., who spots for his son, Will Kimmel, on race day. Bill Kimmel, the 8-time national crew chief champion from Clarksville originally, but 8 times he was a national champion crew chief for his brother Frank. And before that, it was 3. Hey, Bill, how you doing? Was he waving at me? I'm sure he was. Bill Kimmel, where was I? 3-time Louisville Motor Speedway late model champion. So yeah, he was an excellent champion, national champion crew chief, but he was very assertive behind the wheel back in his day as well. The Kimmel Racing Group working out of the shop in Clarksville, right next to the Schwinn shop, Schwinn bicycle shop there in Clarksville. Just so much great history in that family. Frank's now moved off. We got another one coming in. How about that? Business is picking up. And there are more than 20 street stocks here today. And that's an interesting number, by the way. More than 20. Who is that, by the way? Come on, I can't tell. But we got another one in the house. That's very cool. More than 20 Lucas Oil Great American stock cars here today. And that's a big number for a test and tune, because I could rattle off several Lucas Oil Great American stock car entries that are not here today that I know are coming. You know, the Hadleys. Kyle Hadley isn't here today, the 12 car. John McLaren, who'll be racing here, isn't here today. There are several teams. So this Great American Stock Car division is looking to be exceptionally healthy in 2020, and we're very grateful for that. This thing has grown so much. It's the best damn street stock class in the country on a weekly basis, and I'm convinced of that. Quality of these teams and these drivers are second to none. So we're under caution for the moment at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery, to open up the Turn 4 gate and allow a new competitor inside the gates. And we're glad to have them here today. Special thanks to Dirt 2 Media for putting on today's live stream. I've loved that shot, the Salem Speedway sign. And my favorite golf course in the world off the backstretch at Salem Speedway. I've never golfed there, but it's still my favorite. I don't golf, but I don't care. It's still my favorite course. It's beautiful. There we go. That place it's hopping all day long. They golf here all day, all night. I mean, it's really a busy little course and a beautiful little course. The rolling hills, and I know they're back there because I regularly walk this track picking up debris or whatever it is at night. I take my walks every night here, living on the property as I do, and I'll walk around the track a million times picking up stuff. And one of the things I pick up a lot here are golf balls. Yeah, there's several shanks that come over the backstretch wall. We pick them up all day, but that's okay. We don't care. It's fine. I love having the golf course back there. It's a nice accent. It's beautiful. It's very pleasing to the eyes to look out across the rolling hills of southern Indiana at Salem Speedway with a golf course behind the backstretch. That to me is it's beautiful. It's so nice, and we're grateful for that. I like the course. I love the golf course being back there. I mean, would you rather have that or like I don't know, a place where you go dump garbage or something? I mean, who knows? But we got a golf course, and that's beautiful. That's perfect. Cool. Very cool. Very, very busy little course. And a lot of when the ARCA guys come here, they'll come in a day early just to spend a day on that little golf course. So very, very cool. Very cool. Golf course, and there's the front stretch at Salem Speedway. This track was born in 1947. It was the brainchild of James Summers, a World War II veteran who vowed that if he survived World War II, he was going to come back to Salem, Indiana, and build a high-banked half-mile racetrack very similar to Winchester Speedway. Frank Funk built Winchester Speedway in 1914. Well, when James Summers saw Winchester Speedway, he decided he was going to have one of those in Winchester, Indiana. A lot of people think that Frank Funk built Salem Speedway. It's not true. Salem Speedway was built by a gentleman by the name of James Summers, with a lot of help from, the name escapes me right now, but it'll come to me. It's going to come to me as soon as I find the piece of paper. No, no, it's not quite that way. Everett Foxy Roberts, they called him. That's it, Foxy Roberts. Everett Roberts partnered with James Summers, and they were able to complete the Speedway. When it first debuted, the Speedway, it was 1947, and it came out as a dirt track. It was always James Summers' dream to keep this place dirt. But around 1949 or 50, when Everett Roberts had a hold of it, they ended up paving it. But it was the original founder of this place, James Summers, who wanted to keep this place dirt. That didn't happen, obviously, as it grew into the grand old paved speedway it is. But it was born in the dirt in 1949, and it remained as such through the... It's a little sketchy. Some think it was 49 when it was paved. Some people would tell you it's 1950. Most accounts will say 1949 it was paved. But I've got a photo from sprint cars coming off Turn 4 at Salem in July of 1949. And maybe my eyes are deceiving me because it's an old black and white, but it sure looks like it's still dirt to me. So I tend to contest that one a little bit. I'm thinking maybe we do know by 1950 the place was paved. But this place it's hallowed ground. That's what it is. It's hallowed ground. I mean, many men have paid the ultimate price here. And we have a lot of respect for those men who paid the ultimate price here. 11 drivers have lost their lives at Salem Speedway over the years, since 1947. And we don't share that with you for the gore and blood and guts of it all. We share it out of respect for the drivers who have competed here. This is not for the weak and timid, this place. No, not the hills, not here at Salem. In fact, there was a double fatality in the very first race here in 1947. First heat race, first turn, first lap, first race. Clay Corbett and Jack Schultz tumbled over what was a fence then and perished in the very first race. And that was a tough blow for that inaugural run here at Salem. It was on June 22nd, 1947. And guess who won the first race at Salem? Have you ever heard of from the East Coast, the Flying Dutchman? If you can answer that question in .09 seconds, you'll win a lot, let me tell you. But you didn't, because .09 seconds just flashed by in a heartbeat. It was the Flying Dutchman, Tommy Hinnerschitz. Tommy Hinnerschitz won the first ever big sprint car race here, first ever race of any kind here when it was dirt in 1947. And interestingly enough, I was telling you about that photo from July of 1949. Sprint cars getting ready for the start off turn 4. Tragic ending behind that. That ended up being a double fatality. They blew off the first 3 starts because one driver on the front row kept cutting the other guy off, and then finally on the third try, the driver on the outside refused to back off. They locked horns coming to the green, and Tommy Matson and Chick Barbeau tumbled over the turn 4 railing and were killed at Salem. So yeah, this place took the 1955 Indy 500 winner Bob Schweikert in June 17th, 1956, just a year after he won the Indy 500. But safety has come so far, as you know, and we've had a very safe atmosphere at Salem Speedway over the last 20 plus years, and we're very grateful for the new safety built into these cars. But boy, did we pay the price getting there, specifically here in the hills at Salem. Along the way, we're under caution here, but that's going by the wayside here shortly because we've got more drivers coming out onto the speedway. We took a little pause to open up the turn 4 gate, shuffle some humans across, and we even snuck in another hauler. So we got another race team here in the last 10 minutes or so to bring our total here today to, I don't know, low 20s, which is really a very healthy, good number for a test and tune. As we said before, a lot of the teams they're not ready yet. And just saw John McLaren walking down pit road. I know he's going to run the full season. Didn't have the car here. I think his crew chief actually was out at a CRA street stock race in Lebanon, Missouri. So he had to beg off on this one. But he's planning to come back and test, I believe, later this week. So we're back under caution, getting ready to go green. That'd be the 32 car of David Baines, a name recognizable to just about everyone in this neck of the woods. David Baines, the Borden, Indiana driver, the Gilead Construction Skyline Chili. Shane Wilson Lawn Care Locker Room Pub, David Baines, car number 32. Now, Baines is a 4-time Salem Speedway track champion. That's a pretty big number here at Salem Speedway. Yep, four-time track champion, and the second all-time winningest driver in Salem Speedway history in any division. Sprint car, stock car, ARCA car, any kind of car. David Baines, second winningest driver in the history of Salem Speedway with, I believe, 29 career victories over his career along with the 4 championships, but only Chuck Barnes Sr. has won more feature event races at Salem Speedway than David Baines. So, I mean, drivers race here for decades without winning one feature because winning here is so hard to do. When you can say you won here 29 times and they had the 4 titles, those are huge, huge numbers at Salem Speedway. Baines is a union electrician when he's not doing this. So David Baines, the veteran out of Borden, Indiana. Boy, that was an exciting victory he put up for us at the 2018 Halloween 200. A nice speed shot of the front stretch there. That's Baines charging by. That was a great race. I mean, 2018 Halloween 200 is the greatest street stock race in the country, period. It just is. 3 abreast, 40-plus cars, 200 rounds. It's an amazing show. It really is. I had never seen one till I saw the 2018 Halloween 200, and it was the best race I saw in the 2018 season, barring none. David Baines in that 32 car bolted, got a late race caution with like 25 or 30 to go, or gambled, came down pit road, gave up all the track position, and bolted 2 right side Hoosier Comanches, came back through the field, and passed the leaders inside of 10 to go. It was so exciting, and it wasn't just the leaders. He chased down Chuck Barnes Jr. and Chuck Barnes Sr., who were running first and second, chased him down and didn't put a mark on him and drove by with like 5 or 10 laps to go, and what a race it was. It was so cool. And the winner not only gets the $5,000 prize, but they win a new, it's one of the coolest trophies in all of motorsports. It's a big, big Crosley jukebox. That's the trophy for the Halloween 200. He was the inaugural recipient of that Crosley jukebox. Artie Ware, long history here. He's certainly been around this place a time or two over the years, and of course a champion, as you know, at the Sportstrome Speedway and one of those outlaw figure 8 cars. Those cars are wicked. They're really cool. They're going to run here at Salem this year. In fact, they're going to run with a Firecracker 150 coming. We'll talk more about that, but Artie Ware is a stud, a superstar in that league. And those aren't just, although they do crash in the middle every now and then, they're not, those cars are precision, well-built. I mean, they look like late models with wings. To me, they're phenomenal-looking machines, race cars. And I'll tell you what, you don't want to land in the intersection because they work so hard and work so hard on those cars. But man, are they cool. And they run them over there to Sportstrome, those outlaw figure 8 cars. They're pretty something. And, of course, they have the big outlaw figure 8 show at the Speedrome in Indianapolis every year. That big 3-hour endurance race, that's a phenomenal show. In fact, Artie just went down to Florida, did he not, and won an outlaw figure 8 race down there just last week or something? Pretty sure, yeah. But good to see him back on the Salem High Banks in the 38 car, one of the prettiest race cars in the lineup. I know they work hard on their stuff, and you can tell because it always looks good when it comes off the trailer. So I want to welcome him back. Ooh, look at that. Hang on, Artie. His hands full, a little crossed up off turn 2. That's all right. You got to get comfortable with being loose. If you want to be good at Salem Speedway, you got to get comfortable with being loose. But right back in the gas, and away he goes. That's good exit off turn 2. This track it's just tough, man. You look at them how they run up right up at the wall. I mean, to me that would be intimidating. It just would. I mean, if you want to be fast in 3 and 4, you got to put it right on the concrete. And some drivers, it takes a while to get there. Let's just say it takes a while to get there before you're comfortable with putting it right up against the concrete. I think Artie's an electrician by trade. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's an electrician throughout the week. That guy will, it's funny, when he's got a question, he's not hesitant to ask. And he'll be the first to ask. I've gotten texts from that guy at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking, are you like working in the shop all night, or don't you go to sleep, or what? But I thought I was gonna get him one night, and I shot him a text about 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought I'd one up him. I got his text back in about 6 seconds. It blew me away, man. I'm wondering if the guy sleeps. We'll find out. We'll check on that for you. Uh-oh. What do I hear? Here comes the Bumblebee, the Vors Compact cars. This is Kyle Frame. He runs the Vors Compact Touring Series, which will be running here on August 22nd. The Back to School Bash. That's a great show. Presented by Ace Hardware of Salem. It's a great show. It's a great kids' night. They give away a lot of like school bags, like the backpack things. We must have gave away 70 of those things last year. It was a big, big, huge success. And this will be the second annual Back to School Bash, starring the the Vors Compact Touring Series and the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. Kids 12 and under are free that night, so it's just a great family night. Put that one on the calendar. Kids free, August 22nd, Back to School Bash presented by Ace Hardware of Salem. And they run these. These cars, I really like them. That car is actually beautiful. It's wrapped with new sheet metal. There's not a mark on it. And they are fast little cars. I mean, look at that, right up where you need to be fast. Kyle Frame, car number 32. We did a video with Kyle Frame here testing last week. It's on the Salem Speedway Facebook page, so check that out. It's a neat little video, and you get to know Kyle Frame in that. But these guys are, I mean, when the Vors compact cars come, they'll bring 35 race cars. I mean, it's phenomenal. I'd like to get them back here again. Kyle Frame, car number, look at that. Ooh, kicking her out there. But look at that. I mean, those are, and they've run these at Bristol before too. I asked Kyle, what's more challenging, Bristol or Salem? And he looked at me and said, "You're kidding, right?" I said, "No, I was kind of wondering, really." And I'm not kidding. But no, he said, Salem, it's not even close. Way more challenging. I mean, the pavement's rough down there in 1 and 2. You know, it's not for the weak or timid or the faint at heart. This place is a handful, and you're often crossed up in that car. It's very difficult. Kyle Frame's pretty good at it, though, in his compact touring series car. So we squeezed in a couple of laps just for him, the only compact car here in the house today. But that's the kind of folks we are. We're that courteous, kind, and respectful that we break the day up and let him get out there and get some testing in as well. But love those cars. Well, there's a car we haven't seen yet. I've been wondering where he's been. The 16 car. Heath Helton out of Owensboro, Kentucky, first in the chute. I knew I was missing someone, and a big heavy hitter. Helton was a championship contender last year in a big way. I mean, he won. He started out with like 2 wins right away, and he was starting to, I mean, he was just phenomenal. And then he got involved in an unfortunate crash midway through the year that really tore up the car. And, you know, I think he had to sit out a race. And he still finished 3rd in points. I mean, just a phenomenal racer. But there's another team that does a lot with a little. The H&R Agri-Power Auto Truck and Trailer Empire Supply Chevrolet out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Heath Helton, car number 16. It's all volunteer crew. I mean, he told me the story. He saved for 5 years so he could come race here at Salem Speedway. He saved money he sat out 5 years because that was his dream, to race at Salem Speedway. 5 years so he could buy a car. Then he had to sit out a little longer before he could buy an engine. And he pieced that thing together with his ragtag mob of volunteers, and they come out here, and by God, they've turned themselves into championship contenders. They do a lot with a little. It's a great story. He was second runner-up in championship standings in 2018. Despite the bad luck last year, he won 2 races and finished 3rd in points. And if there's a championship contender in the house, it'd be this guy. He's a great guy, good family. His dad's here helping. That's what's so cool about this tour, the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. It really is a family affair. I don't want to get too cheesy like we're all one big happy family, which for the most part we are. We don't always hop and skip and hold hands out the gate every night and ruffle a few fenders and nerves here at Salem. That's just the way it is. But there's a lot of family here. These teams are family. They come with their moms and dads and kids, and their crews are their families and their kids. And there's a cool family story attached to every car here, and it just adds to the great stories and the great story that is Salem Speedway. I see Will Kimmel rolling again. Actually, several cars in the chute back there. Todd Kemp back in the lineup. 77. I don't know that we've seen him out yet, have we? If we had, I missed it. But Justin Pirtle, another big story we'll get to in the 77 car. Justin Pirtle out of Palmyra, Indiana. Just up the road, just south of here. The Stewart Automotive and Transmission. He's getting some sponsorship help from our friends from Stewart Automotive and Transmission, which is cool. He's got a little help from High Octane Wraps and Apparel. and SS race cars. We'll get to him in a moment. Heath Helton rolling out onto the speedway now, car number 16. Heath Helton out of Owensboro, Kentucky. I'm from Toledo. We say Owensboro. We like pronounce all the vowels and the consonants. We do it all. But if you're from Owensboro, Kentucky, it might just be Owensboro. It just kind of dies on the vine. Owensboro. Kind of like when I came here for the first time and I said, hey, man, let's go to Louisville. Well, that wasn't the right thing to say either. It's not Louisville, it's Louisville. Or I went into New Albany once and I said, hey, man, you want to go to New Albany? I thought, well, Albany, New York, that's how I always call it, but it's not New Albany here, it's New Albany. And they'll call you out on it, too. Anyway, Owensboro, Kentucky's Heath Helton, car number 16. Love New Albany, by the way. That's a neat little town. They've done a lot with the downtown area. There's a lot of really cool towns across southern Indiana. Beautiful little small towns, well kept, preserved, very nice. One right here in Salem, Indiana. Heath Helton, car number 16. I just did a video on Salem, Indiana. You should check it out. Go to my Facebook page. History Mystery Man on Facebook. History Mystery Man. I do small town video documentaries. And you should go check it out. I just did one on Salem, Indiana. I featured the courthouse square. It's very cool. It's well over 30,000 views. So I know it must be good enough to hang on to. So check it out. History Mystery Man on Facebook and YouTube for small town America. And I love being in small town America, and I love being in small town Salem, Indiana, especially today at Grand Old Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. On a beautiful afternoon, it's test and tune for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars, with Heath Helton paired up with the veteran Todd Kemp for the moment. This is Helton's first time out on the track here today, so probably wiggling through some, I don't want to say issues, but sorting through the handle, we'll say, as Kemp easily skirts the inside. But, of course, it was Helton who waved him on through, because Helton still sorting out the handle on that car. Nice little, I like the speed shot. I like that. The still speed shot gives you an idea how fast these cars are going. 110, 20 mile an hour down the front stretch. These cars are a handful. Justin Pirtle, car number 77. Great story on this kid out of Palmyra, Indiana. I think we just said that. The Stewart Automotive Transmission High Octane Wraps and Apparel SS Race Cars car. Justin Pirtle. He's actually originally from, wait for it, he's our hometown guy. He's from Salem, Indiana. He graduated from Salem High School. He lives in Palmyra now, but he's from Salem. He grew up here and graduated from Salem High School. He's a Salem Lion. And he's a Lion on the racetrack, too. And it's great to have him back in the show because he sat out for a few years with a back injury, a really severe back injury. So it's great to have him back in the house. This is sort of a comeback year for him. Will Kimmel and Brandon Deckard paired together on the speedway for the moment. Deckard, being that Will Kimmel's pretty good at this place, I've got to believe that Deckard's going to see if he can sort of kind of hang with him. Deckard, I think if any driver showed improvement in the 19 season as a rookie, was Brandon Deckard in that black and green 13 car. I mean, he was before it was all said and done. I mean, he was dancing with the leaders and finished. Oh, he's dancing all right and sideways nearly, and I don't know. I've got to believe he doesn't like the handle on that. That was pretty remarkable. He had that car completely sideways in 3 and 4 and got it woed up and straightened up enough in time to shoot the gap down pit road. That was actually a cool move of the race so far anyway. That was remarkable. Brandon Deckard, career best, finished third last year. We're back with Heath Helton in the 16 car. Heath Helton, car number 16. Pretty good line through there, right up against the wall. That new front stretch wall. We've already got a few tattoos on it. It didn't take long. Right through the middle in 1 and 2. That's pretty standard here. Now let's check the line in 3 and 4. It's typically very, very different. Look at that. He makes it look easy, I guess, but it's not. To run a car at speed through 3 and 4 at Salem up against the concrete takes a level of nerves, and you got to understand that and have the faith that your car is going to turn when you get there, because they run right up at the concrete. And it's fascinating to watch, actually. Even if they're not racing side by side, that's what's cool about Salem. Even if they're not side by side, they're still fun to watch. Right through the middle for Will Kimmel in his Chevy Nova. Big old TNT Construction logo on the hood, that Kimmel Racing Chevy Nova. And pretty near the top. Newer pavement there in 3 and 4. Not so much in 1 and 2, but the newer pavement there in 3. Well, I say newer. The pavement in 3 and 4 is now, gosh, probably getting up 8 years old or so. But we're still good up there. Oh yeah, right up to the wall. And down through the middle. That's the groove. So it's just tricky. It's tricky because 1 and 2 is different than 3 and 4. Look at this. David Baines around where? Look at that 38 car. Boy, that thing was wiggling bad, and that was on the backstretch. Had a bad wiggle in that car. Oh well. Still under him, though. That's a good sign. Back with David Baines in car number 32. The Borden, Indiana driver. Drives for Tim Sebastian. Tim Sebastian Motorsports, who fields 3 cars for this Lucas Oil Great American Stock Car thing. We're certainly grateful for that. Tim Sebastian. I don't know what we'd do without that guy. He's got a jig at his body shop in just other side of Scottsburg. And he services, when you have a crash at Salem Speedway, it's never good, and it's usually major. And you got to put your car in the jig and straighten the frame and pull it back to where it was. Often these street stock teams will go right to Tim Sebastian's body shop and get that done, and he might charge a couple bucks, but I know, I don't want to advertise free labor, but he has gone above and beyond the call of duty, car owner Tim Sebastian. I know he has straightened several frames so these guys could get back to the track so we could put on a show for the next week, and for, if not free, for minimal. And I hate to even say that, because what he does and the service he provides is worth dollar bills that he works hard to provide. But he has helped so many teams. I don't know that this division would be what it was without the contributions from car owner Tim Sebastian. I really don't. He's helped so many people who struggle to keep their cars here every week. So we want to thank him for all that he does. So are we under caution? No, we're green. We're green. We're green. Just not a lot of cars out there, right? So here's what's going to happen. What time is it? Got a text here from promoter. Here's the text. I just got a text from the new promoter at Salem Speedway, who is, he's new to racing, but gosh, has he done a wonderful job here. He is pouring all kinds of heart, soul, and hard work into this place like I've never seen. I give him so much credit. Local guy, 37 years young, Bill Nisley, has done a spectacular job with this racetrack trying to get it ready. But he's new to racing, and he just asked me, here's the text, how long should we keep the pit shack open? Well, I'd like to keep it open through October, just to make sure they're still coming. But no, I think we're pretty close to shutting it down. The pit gates opened at 10 o'clock here today, so it's about coming up on 1:30. I think we can text him back and say that we can just close that out. I don't think we're going to get any more here today. We've got a good field here now. For this 4-hour practice session. which reaches up. By the way, we opened the track, went live at 12 noon today Eastern Time, and we're going to practice up through 4 p.m. Okay? And then after 4 p.m., about 5 o'clock, if we can continue to hit our marks, don't hold us to the fire on that. We're brand new, first race. We're sorting through things and doing the best we can, but we're going to try to hit that 5 o'clock mark for a race. We're going to put on a 19-lap race. The COVID Cup they'll receive, and some money too, compliments of MR Heating and Air. But dedicating this day to all the people who've lost their lives to Corona and COVID-19 across the globe, around the globe. Dedicating this day in memory and honor of the many hundreds of thousands now of people who've lost their lives to Corona around the world. So that's in part what this day is about, and that's why we're running 19 laps today. That's right, 19 laps. This day, this race is not mandatory for the drivers. This is an optional show. Some of the drivers may be concerned about tearing something up, which we get. We understand. That's why we kept it optional. So we are going to have, I know we're going to have cars in the field. Don't worry about that. But we're going to put on a 19-lap feature race at the end of this day, about 5 o'clock, if we can hit our mark. So we're looking forward to that. Right now we're going to invert the top 7 from last year, which would put champion Will Kimmel in 7th. And then it'd be a random draw from 7th on back. But depending on how many teams choose to participate in the COVID-19, the COVID Cup here coming as the grand finale today, a 19-lap feature race in honor of those who lost their lives to Corona. And plus, we're eager to get some product out there. This is a private closed event, so to speak, race teams only, based on what's happening around us with Corona. There are no fans here today. No fans, have sold no tickets, just so. But what we're eager to put some product out there, as so many racetracks and series are. So we wanted to not only run a little practice session here today, but we wanted to put on a feature race for the folks who are kind enough to tune in at Dirt 2 Media for the live stream at SalemSpeedway.tv. So there's a lot of, what I'm getting at is there are a lot of volunteers here today, the safety team and the new safety director and the new race director, Jim Robinson, and people are volunteering their time here today to help out in the crisis we're in, which is really cool. And that includes Dirt 2 Media, who are doing this thing for free. I mean, this is a pay-per-view deal, and they're doing it for nothing here today, which is a cost to them. They've got 4 people here today, So, yeah, all that. So we're grateful for every human here today and the contributions they bring, which we know is a lot. Stand by. Here comes the boss. Yes, Bill. You asked about the pit shack. Oh, we already covered on the air. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What time should we close? I'm thinking you can close now. I mean, I don't see that. You did. I know we just snuck in another team, right? Just about 20 minutes ago, but that's okay. Well, sorry, folks. Having a conversation with a promoter. Yeah, I think we can close the pit shack. Yeah. I think we're good. All good, senor. All good. Are we,
I thought you muted.
oh, okay.
If you want to take a break or something, or if you want to still talk for a minute, or
That's fine. I'll take a little pause.
Tell I'm a little rusty.
No, man, I don't see it. I think it's good, man.
A little bit at first, but I'm starting to come into it now.
No, man, it's all good. It's good. Very good.
Been coming over here for, well, heck, I'm 28, and I know I've been coming over here 20 years.
so they know something's. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Took a short pause to catch my breath. Good to have you along. Welcome to Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery for Test and Tune for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. And a couple other divisions here. We have a quarter-mile Ford Crown Vic here today and a big track Vors compact car as well. But it's been a kind of an eventful day so far and a good day. Beautiful afternoon. Temperatures hovering in the very low 70s with little to no humidity. Just a beautiful afternoon on the hills of Salem Speedway in Salem, Indiana. The beautiful rolling hills of southern Indiana. Got some cars back in the chute, ready to come back out onto the speedway to prep and prepare for the 2020 season. A lot of these drivers, some of these guys have tested already at Salem. A little private testing that goes on here from time to time, but this is the official first Test and Tune. This is a private session. No fans here today, but a private Test and Tune for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. Their practice we opened the track, went green at 12 noon. We'll run up through 4 p.m. for practice and then go ahead with a COVID-19 feature lap race, 19-lap feature race at about 5 o'clock. We were just talking about it. It is not a points race, and the event is volunteer for these guys. They don't have to race in it. We suspect several will, but they will not have. It's not a points race, but I'll say it is an official race at Salem Speedway, and you will go down in the record books as an official winner, and that's a big deal. So cars on the backstretch in the chute. That's a good shot of the front stretch. We have a nice speed shot that we bounce back and forth between a live camera and the speed shot. That's offers some perspective as how fast they really hook up here on this legendary high-banked half-mile oval built in 1947. So Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery in its 74th season of competition. 74 years here at Salem Speedway, one of the oldest operating speedways in the country. Still getting after it. I think we have about 20 cars here today. About 20 machines here today. Low 20s. Had a few incidents earlier in the day. 59 car, Nick Cook, in his first ever time on the high banks, got sideways in 1 and 2 and went away on the hook. Didn't see any damage on the car, but spun the machine out. Haven't seen him back out yet. And then Dr. Michael Sharp, the 4 car, he had an incident in 3 and 4 where the car snapped around on him and he landed up there against the outer retaining wall, driver's side 2. He was able to drive it back down onto pit road to the attention of his crew, but I've not seen him back out. So I don't know if the day ended for Michael Sharp or not. We'll keep tabs on that as we get into the afternoon. Green flag coming soon. In fact, I see the 1 lap to go signal from the official flagman and starter Barry Smedley on the stand. There's a guy that's been here forever, and you hear a lot of these stories, but Barry Smedley has been coming to Salem Speedway since he was a little kid back in the 1960s, and he's been working at Salem Speedway in some official capacity since the 1970s. And he's been here every step of the way, every race. I mean, people become dedicated to this place, and they remain there. That's a good shot of the brand new flag stand, by the way, and the new support posts that will be part of the catch fence here, and a new front stretch wall. But that's Barry Smedley, he's been at it here for Salem Speedway literally for decades, and we appreciate all that he brings and his continued dedication. David Baines back on the speedway now. Car number 32 right up to the wall and off turn 4. Winner of the 2018 Halloween 200 and 4-time Great American Stock Car Track Champion, which is phenomenal. Winning one title here is a lifetime of achievement and work. He's done it times 4. That's big. 29 career victories. Exceptional. Really like that speed shot. Brandon Deckard whizzing by. Jamie Goodman, David Baines. There's Jamie Goodman in car number 75. He is another driver that really progressed up through the ranks last year. Had a career best finish of 4th. You all right? Career best finish of 4th in the last race. So talk about ending the season on a good note. Jamie Goodman steered it home in 4th position last race. Last year, he's in the Turtlefish Clothing, Wright Mechanical, Titan Tint, and Graphics, Chevrolet. A maintenance guy for Jefferson County Public School System, JCPS out of Louisville. So that's what he does for a living. And when he's not doing that, he's doing this, planning on racing all the events this year. Beautiful car, by the way. Beautiful car. He worked hard on that all winter with his mob of volunteers. Brandon Deckard, 13. His best finish was 3rd last year at Salem as a rookie, so that's pretty good. It's hard to finish 3rd on any night here, regardless of your skill level and or experience. But as a rookie, it's especially difficult. He did it last year, and very impressive. I'm expecting some big things out of that 13 car, the Sam Aguiar Injury Lawyers In-N-Out Auto Service DFAB Metal Fabrication Chevrolet. Heath Elton, car number 16, back on the speedway. Elton in the H&R Agri Power Auto Truck and Trailer Empire Supply Chevrolet. Look at that, right up to the concrete. Interesting. Look at that car hop through 1 and 2. It's got some character down there. Let's just say that. There's some character in 1 and 2. It's not been paved for some time down there, and you know it works the car over pretty good getting through there. So Helton now off the pace. Sure, he'll be headed for pit road, and we'll pick it up with Todd Kemp, who's been switching off and on between 9 cars. He's got 2 cars here. The 9 car he bought from Blake Hillard, and this 9 car, which came out of his shop, and the one he raced here all last year, Todd Kemp in car number 9, the crusty old driver out of Huntingburg, Indiana, the Huntingburg Hurricane, and 5-time track champion. Yeah, Todd Kemp, 5-time track champion. Kemp Excavating, Hank's Sign Shop, Kiana Body and Glass Chevrolet with some new help this year, a little help from Small Brothers Truck and Auto Repair. So good to see Todd getting some help. I know he's got a lot of volunteers on his crew that commit their time. Oh, hang on. Caudell drove it in hard in 1 and 2. It looked like it wanted to skate around on him. In fact, it did for a time, but he was able to gather it back up. And looks like he's off the pace now and will be headed for pit road. Jeff Caudell in car number 98 from Austin, Indiana. His business, Interstate Fuel Injection, is located in Seymour, Indiana. Who else is from Seymour, Indiana? Come on. Who's from Seymour, Indiana? Top prize. You know? Are you from Seymour? Okay. The engineer sitting next to me. I asked the audience out there. whoever, however many it is, who's from Seymour, Indiana. And she raised her hand. And I said, do you know? And she said, no. And, well, you meant that you are from Seymour. Who else is from Seymour? I guess this place is John Mellencamp to death around here, right? John Mellencamp from Seymour, Indiana. He lives in a small town. I can breathe in a small town. That's me. I love small town America. Do you know where, and here's something I bet you didn't even know, young lady, our engineer. Tell me your name again. I'm having a brain fade. Kelsey, that's right. The wife of Ryan Bowling, who heads up the whole Dirt 2 Media thing. Ryan's off in Oklahoma servicing another contract, and he puts you in the hot seat today. His wife, Kelsey, as our engineer today, doing a spectacular job. I just thought this was interesting. Oh, Jamie Goodman, sideways in 1 and 2. Wow. You talk about gathering it back up. That was, wow. He had his hands full down there. Good job, Mr. Cameraman. Who's Nathan Bowling, by the way. This Dirt 2 Media is a family affair. Nathan Bowling, brother of Ryan. Nathan's up on the camera. Is it Father Bob?
Yes.
Father Bob's here today on the camera as well. So the whole Bowling family, Dirt 2 Media here in the house. So John Mellencamp, I was listening to a Howard Stern interview from 2014 or something. And it was so cool because for years we have been trying to figure out if John Mellencamp, being from Seymour, Indiana, we often wonder, I wonder if he's ever been here, because we thought we'd love to get him here and like do the driver start your engines thing. Wouldn't that be cool? Mellencamp ride out on a Harley, say driver start your, and then ride away. But we were trying to figure out if he was even ever here. And for decades, nobody could figure out. But I'm going to take credit for this one. I was listening to an old Howard Stern interview from like 2014, and he was talking about the first outdoor concert he ever gave. And then he asked Howard Stern, have you ever been to the Salem Speedway in Salem, Indiana? And Howard's probably said, no, that'd be a no. But anyway, sure enough, here in 1966, John Mellencamp gave his first outdoor concert at Salem Speedway. I thought that was cool as heck. Now, he came here he told the story, and as the story goes, he came here with an all-black band. And remember the 1960s. We're talking Vietnam. We're talking civil rights. It was a very heady time. Racial issues across the globe. Unfortunately, similar to what we're having today. But one day we're going to figure that out, I swear. Anyway, he was here. He was like 14 or 15 years old. First outdoor concert, John Mellencamp at Salem Speedway, and he was in an all-black band. There was like 7 of them. And he said, when we were on the stage, they loved us. They just loved us. But apparently, you're talking the 1960s in southern Indiana, and when they came off the stage, as he told the story, wouldn't serve the black people at the concessions. And boy, it got hot and tested, and they eventually had to kind of get out on a rail, which was an interesting story in itself. But certainly that wouldn't happen today. Not at Salem Speedway, absolutely not. But again, the 1960s, the civil rights era, Vietnam, it was a heady time. And Mellencamp here for his first outdoor concert with an all-black band. And I'd like to see him back here with that all-black band. That would be so cool. I'd love it. But his first outdoor concert was right here, back in about 66. And he told the story. It was really interesting. Jeff Caudell, speaking of Seymour. Good to see that. Oh, Jeff. Crossed up. That's how it is here. I mean, these cars, literally, that's why this class is so fun to watch. They do this. I don't know how they hang on to them, but they do. And these are heavy steel-bodied stock cars. These things are, 3,300-pound cars. They're a handful. And even more so because they're on an 8-inch Hoosier Comanche tire. That's it. It's a little treaded 8-inch Hoosier. They don't have a big footprint. And with all that steel. You're trying to hold up on the high banks. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, and they're sideways all the way around here. I'm just glad to see him back out because he had a terrible crash here last year when the car broke off turn 2 and it went head on into the inner retaining wall. He just destroyed the car, and it took him a while to get back on the mend, and it took all year to put that car back together. They cut the car literally in two and tore the whole front end off and threw it away and started over and got it back to where it is. Always brings a first-class race car number 98, the J&A Auto Interstate Fuel Injection, Ison Dawn Accounting Chevrolet. Jeff Caudell, longtime racer at Salem, former ARCA driver, ran ARCA races here at Salem, Kentucky, Milwaukee. But it's just fun to watch these cars here. I mean, they drive it like they're, I mean, literally, I've watched street stocks at Eldora, and they look just about the same, kicked out all the way around. They're very similar. I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if the setup was similar. 74 Austin Baum. The Baum Racing Supply B&D Weed Control Shane Wilson lawn care car, a Chevrolet, getting a little more help this year from MR Heating and Air and Mike's Paint and Body Shop. So good to see him getting some extra help here in 2000. Where are we? 2020. So yeah, Austin Baum, smart kid, super family, super guy, young man. He'll be a senior, so congratulations to him. He'll be a senior in mechanical engineering at Purdue University. What he doesn't like, he was telling me, are the online classes thing, and that's, and I know a lot of these students are struggling with that as we're going through this Corona culture, the Corona era. These, you know, the mechanical engineering is a very hands-on degree. They go out and work on stuff, and they go out into the, you know, and it's hands. It's not Zoom on a computer screen. It's just not. And he's, I really feel for the students today because a lot of them I know my daughters are in school, Kent State and DePaul University in Chicago, and either one of them like the online thing. They like the classroom experience, and I feel bad for these students. But I want to congratulate Austin Baum for staying with the program. He'll be a senior at Purdue University in mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering is hard enough. I could never go through an engineering program. I just don't have the brain for it. I'm good on the history books, but mechanical engineering, I don't think so. That's tough. That's a tough curriculum. And he does a really nice job. And he's a heck of a racer, too. He's 24, and he's been racing for 10 years. He won 2 track titles here on the quarter mile, the front-wheel drive cars. He's got 3 titles in the front-wheel drive cars at the Sportstrom. So he didn't have a lot of time on the big track in these bigger cars, but he's good. They had just terrible luck last year, but yeah, he's good. Very good. His dad, Brian Baum, runs Baum Racing Supply and services all the, in fact, his dad's here with the Baum Racing Supply truck. They service all the teams. They sell the Hoosier Comanche tires. They sell the fuel, pieces and parts, and Brian Baum does a really nice job of servicing these great American stock car teams. Back with Shane Slider, car number 17, driver out of Henryville, Indiana. He's another driver that was really, in his rookie season, really coming along last year. Shane Slider, who finished 10th in the championship standings last year. Just a quick little story on him, which is really cool. We're doing everything we can to make Salem Speedway go and keep the place open, and we're pressed for you know, it's hard to build a front stretch wall and a catch fence and do all the things the new promoter's trying to do. And you know, we were struggling with one of our tractors trying to get it to run. You know, couldn't get the John Deere to run. No offense, John Deere, but this was old, and we were having some issues with it, and we couldn't get it to run. So, and he was leaving after testing here one day about a month ago, and he looked at me and said, "Well, you need any help?" And I was just kidding. I said, "Well, you can mow the grass." I was kidding. I didn't expect one of our street stock drivers to come out and mow the grass, you know. But he asked, and I said, "Yeah, you can mow the grass." That was Saturday. He was at Salem Speedway Sunday morning by himself with a truck and trailer with a nice riding lawnmower that he backed up and revved that baby up and mowed the grass. and wouldn't, you know, he did it for nothing. Well, not for nothing, but he didn't accept payment. And that's the thing about this grand old racetrack. People want to help. They want to see this place survive and thrive. That's going to be a good looking machine once they get markers on it. That white car. Yeah, I think that's the T12 car, is it not? I believe it is. T12, another new entry. There are several new teams coming this year, in addition to the one we had. The T12 car, Tommy Brown Jr. out of Akron, Kentucky. The 49-year-old rookie. Ha! How about that? 49-year-old rookie. Good thing he's retired, Tommy Brown. Retired plumbing supervisor of JCPS school system out of Louisville, the retired plumbing supervisor at 49, and a rookie here at Salem. Good thing he's retired because he's got 8 grandkids he's trying to keep up with. An Oval Extreme track champion from Sportstrome. Oh, yeah. Pizza break. Thanks, Papa John's. He's become my good friend in Salem, Indiana. We're really close. Papa John's right down the street. Papa John's the official pizza of Salem Speedway. They have the Papa John's trailer, and we're eating them right now, and that tasted good. And I enjoyed that. Welcome to Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery for the season opening, if you will, if you don't mind. We're going to call it that. It's the first time we've been active on the big track this year in the 2020 Corona culture. It's Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars, our featured event here today. Test and tune from 12 to 4 p.m., capped off with a 19-lap feature race, the COVID-19 racing for the COVID Cup. Got a little money mixed in there too, thanks to MR Heating and Air, who contributed to the purse to help create a little payoff for these drivers who are going to put on a 19-lap feature today, the COVID Cup, in honor of the men and women who have lost their lives around the globe to the coronavirus. That's part of the dedication here today, and that's why we came up with just 19 laps. The drivers do not have to participate. It is not a points-paying race, but it will become an official race, and the winner will become officially recorded as such in the record books at Salem Speedway, and who doesn't want to be there? Considering the great history this place holds over the last 74 years. It is absolutely phenomenal. Hope you're enjoying the live stream today. Compliments of Dirt 2 Media. The live stream you can see and watch here, hopefully here, at salemspeedway.tv. It's a pay-per-view program, of which, except today, Dirt 2 Media came in and put the show on for literally free. So we could show something to the fans, get this place going, and we wanted to put out some product today and show that people across the world that Salem Speedway is up and at 'em, running and ready to rumble in 2020. Now, based on what the governor is telling us and what we're hearing from the statewide officials, barring no changes, the program, they're giving us a go-ahead to race with fans in the stands beginning July 4th. And that is our intended plan because July 4th actually coincided nicely with our 2020 season schedule, because that's the night of the 31st annual Firecracker 150. So beyond this test and tune, we're going to officially open with the 31st annual Firecracker 150 Saturday night, July 4th. So the holiday timed up perfectly this year. And we've got a couple of support divisions, which we've not done with this show before. So we not only have the Firecracker 150, 150 laps of Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars, very traditional event here. We're going to run the Outlaw Figure 8 cars and the Ford Crown Vics on the quarter mile. Figure 8s and oval cars on Ford Crown Vic cars on the quarter mile oval in the middle. So there's going to be a lot going on. Good reason to be here. Tickets are just $20. If you want to reserve a seat, you can do that for $25, but $20 will get you in the door. And something that we haven't, I'm going to tell you what, you come to Salem Speedway for the Firecracker 150, for your ticket admission, you are going to get one whale of a fireworks show. Our new promoter, Bill Nisley, he's all about the fireworks show, and you're going to get one, and it's going to be a big one. I'm not talking run around the quarter mile with sparklers in your hand. I'm talking the big guns off the backstretch. We are going to have a big fireworks display here July 4th, barring, federal, state, or whoever officials would prevent the show from happening. But right now the governor is saying full boogie July 4th, and that's exactly what we intend to do. The 31st annual Firecracker 150 coming Saturday night under the lights, July 4th. And that's not all, because our new promoter, Bill Nisley, has hired a really kick-butt band that are going to be out in the camping area. We're going to put a band out in the camping area, live band, July 4th. And oh, by the way, camping is free at Salem Speedway. Now, that's a pretty cool option because if you've been to Salem, and most of you I know have that are listening, probably, maybe, hopefully, you know how beautiful this property is. 55 acres of rolling hills, and out front off Highway 56 at Salem Speedway is acres and acres of grassy area where people pull in and camp. And why not? Camping's free. That's another good thing about Salem Speedway. How many racetracks can you go to in this day and age and the camping's free? How many? What's the number on that? Not too many, but camping free at Salem Speedway, and we want to encourage people to come out and use up the grounds. They're beautiful. It's so much fun. He's going to have a live band out there. And, they still allow you to walk through the ticket turnstiles at Salem Speedway with a 14-inch cooler. You can't carry the big one in, but you can still carry a 14-inch cooler with sandwiches obviously no alcohol coming through the gate, but, you want to bring in pop or soda pop and your food for the day. Of course we want to sell concessions. We're trying to make Salem Speedway survive, and we want to sell you Papa John's pizza. No doubt about it. They've changed their menu this year. The menu's going to be kick butt this year, by the way. The concessions, trust me, it's going to be good. But we're allowing you to bring that 14-inch cooler in. So how many events, whether you're going to a concert, a racetrack, you pick your entertainment option out there. How many places allow you to bring in your own cooler anymore? Most not, because they want to sell you concessions, arguably and understandably so. But there's not a lot that offer those options. But you can still walk through with a 14-inch cooler here. And I think that's pretty cool, personally. So we're at a pause right now. I think we've got the turn 4 gate open, probably shuffling a few people across the track before we get back to some competition. Well, not so much competition yet. That's coming later, but opening up the track for practice here soon on the high banks of Salem. So we talked about the July 4th 31st Annual Firecracker 150 presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. I want to thank O'Reilly Auto Parts. They've been a big part of what we do in that firecracker race for a long time now. Another long-standing returning sponsor we're grateful for. Thank you, O'Reilly Auto Parts, for the presenting sponsorship of the Firecracker 150. 3 divisions plus fireworks. Free camping, can't beat it. Plan for it. The Super Cup Series is coming back this year, which is interesting. They had a great show here last year. They put on 250-lap features. The second annual Super Cup 100 coming back to Salem Speedway. That event lined up for July 25th. And, of course, the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars will join the second annual Super Cup 100. Plus, and this went over big last year, we had the Classic Car Cruise in that night. This is for the Super Cup 100. Got a gazillion classic cars showing off their stuff here on the grounds, which is really cool. Adds a really nice touch. And they do a burnout contest on the front stretch. I never saw people have so much fun watching that burnout contest. And dollar beer. That gets them here too. A big, tall beer, just $1. That's a bargain. That's the second annual Super Cup 100 coming July 25th. And one of my favorite events, August 15th. And seriously, really, the 61st annual Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial coming for the USAC Silver Crown Cars. I know most of you have, but if you have not seen the USAC Silver Crown Cars under the lights spark their way around this track at 130, 40 mile an hour, it is something to behold and see. Looking forward to the 61st annual Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial, August 15th under the lights, alongside the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. And, of course, Cody Swanson will be going for a record 5th consecutive victory in the Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial, a record 5th. He's currently tied with Pancho Carter. They both have 4 consecutive victories in the Joe James Pat O'Connor race. And so they're tied. Cody Swanson going for what would be a record 5th straight here at Salem Speedway. So we're certainly looking forward to that. That event has so much history to it. 61st annual. USAC's history here is phenomenal and reaches all the way back. The original promoter, James Summers, was a good friend of Joe James. Joe James was from California, and he died in a sprint car race in California in 1952. So in his friend's honor, he came out right away. Well, I'm having the Joe James Memorial this year. Crocky Wright was the inaugural winner in 1952. That's how far back this thing goes. But named for the promoter's and track owner's good friend, Joe James, who lost his life in a crash in California. And then, of course, as history would show us, when the beloved Pat O'Connor lost his life on the first lap of the 1958 Indianapolis 500 from very nearby North Vernon, Indiana. I mean, Indiana never got over that. I mean, they were heartsick for decades when they lost their beloved Indy 500 hero, Pat O'Connor. So when Pat O'Connor lost his life at Indy in 58, well, Salem Speedway did the right thing and added his name to the Joe James Memorial, and from 58 forward, it became the Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial. So, yeah, in fact, who won it in 1958, by the way? Eddie Sachs, the late Eddie Sachs, who lost his life on the first lap of the 1964 Indy 500. The late Eddie Sachs would be the first winner of the Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial, which came to be on the death of O'Connor in 1958. Former winners of the Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial, this list reads like a who's who. Interestingly enough, Pat O'Connor won it in 54. Bob Swikert, Indy 500 winner. Eddie Sachs. A.J. Foyt, a two-time winner of the Joe James Pat O'Connor race. Parnelli Jones went back-to-back with victories here at Salem in 60 and 61. Mario Andretti, the winner here in the Joe James O'Connor race in 64. Bobby Unser, 65. Mario Andretti again in 66. Raleigh Beal, 1968. There's a name near and dear to me. Raleigh Beal, 1968. Winner from Toledo, Ohio, my hometown. Toledo, Ohio. Raleigh Beal. I knew him very well. Raleigh drove for my father. And it was in my father's car that Raleigh Beal won here twice at Salem Speedway, including the Joe James Pat O'Connor Memorial in 68 and 71. I don't know if you remember that car, the Rodeo Bar Special it was. And he drove for my stepfather, Raleigh Beal. Tom Bigelow, former winner in that race. We already talked about Pancho Carter. Rich Vogler won the Joe James Pat O'Connor race twice. Jim Keeker, Kenny Irwin Jr., a former winner of the Joe James Pat O'Connor. Tony Stewart, former winner. Dave Darlin, Dave Steele, Tracy Hines, Ed Carpenter, Indy 500 veteran. Did you know that Ed Carpenter raced at Salem Speedway? Indy 500 driver, and won the Joe James Pat O'Connor in 02. David Steele, Brian Clausen, winner here in 06. Brian Clausen, the late Brian Clausen. So, yeah, I mean, the race has such a phenomenal history, and we're excited to bring it back here August 15th, the 61st annual. We talked about the Back to School Bash race. That's a great one for the kids, 12 and under free, August 22nd. We've added the end of the summer Sunset 100 laps for the Lucas Oil Great American Stocks on September 19th. And then on September 26th, we have rescheduled. We brought the sprint cars back here for the first time in years. Sprint cars are back, and it was initially scheduled in early June, which didn't happen because of the obvious. Early June, the Auto Value bumper-to-bumper super sprints, non-wing cars were coming to race with the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. The event was postponed. It's been rescheduled for September 26th, and that will now be a winged sprint car race. Davey Hamilton's King of the Wing Sprint Cars in conjunction with the Auto Value Bumper to Bumper Super Sprints here on June 26th with the Great American Stock Car. So we're really looking forward to getting sprint cars back at Salem Speedway September 26th. I don't know if you've ever seen a wing sprint car here at Salem, but OMG. I mean, yeah, literally, we're talking, I mean, they don't even lift. They never used to anyway. I mean, you're like 160-mile-an-hour cars. I mean, you're talking like, I don't know, like 14-second laps. I mean, it is incredible to see. Looking forward to having them here September 26th. We're going to bring the Riverside Drift back October 10th, and right now the very traditional classic event that brings them in like crazy, the 32nd annual smoker-friendly discount tobacco Halloween 200 scheduled for October 17th and 18th. We'll have the Outlaw Figure 8 cars and Ford Crown Vics as well. That's a new addition. 3 abreast, the annual smoker-friendly discount tobacco Halloween 200, October 17 and 18 here at Salem. So we're looking forward to that. And as you know, we were unable to go with the 107th running of the ARCA Menard Series back in April, so we're working toward rescheduling that event as well, looking at October-ish or something for that, depending on how and what happens with the ARCA National Tour for the rest of the season. But we are definitely actively in talks with ARCA to bring that show back in quite possibly October. That event date not yet set, but lots to get done here this year, and we look forward to bringing you all the action. So you're enjoying the live stream from Dirt 2 Media at SalemSpeedway.tv. I'm Don Radeball here to help cover the action here today. Practice from 12 to 4. We're in a little pause period right now, so people can put a little food in their belly and get something to drink and get revved back up for practice to finish up here. I see some cars coming up into the chute now, so we're getting close to bringing the stock cars back on the track for practice, which will run up through 4 p.m. So we got about another, I don't know, hour and 40 minutes left in practice, and then the agenda from there would be the 19-lap feature race, which will conclude the afternoon, the COVID Cup, the COVID-19 lap feature race in honor of those who lost their lives to coronavirus in 2020. And that pretty much covers it for the stock for the event here today. But we're not there yet, and again, the race is optional for the race teams. They don't have to participate, but we look forward to having several in the show here today. We have a beautiful cup trophy, the COVID Cup, and money for the winner, and on back through 6th place, compliments of MR Heating and Air. So we're grateful for their contributions as well. So looks like the action is getting ready to heat back up on the speedway. I see Brandon Deckard in the chute getting ready to go. Salem Speedway in its 74th season of competition. Born as a dirt track in 1947. But she's been paved since about 49 or 50 forward. More cars rolling up into the chute. 13 of Brandon Deckard, and now the 77 of Justin Pirtle rolling up getting ready to climb back up onto the high banks. Pirtle out of Palmyra, Indiana, just up the road, and originally from Salem, Indiana. So our hometown guy. Come see the Salem Speedway on Facebook if you didn't already know. We got a really nice Facebook page going, and the numbers are really growing there and building. We've been running a lot of videos, feature videos on sort of a candid personality videos on these drivers, getting to know the teams and the people who race here at Salem, and getting to know them beyond, the track, and finding out just how interesting these people are. But there are a lot of great features there. We did a feature, went to his house, went to his shop, followed him around for the day in Bedford, Indiana. We did a great little video feature on Travis Kern, the head technical director here at Salem. And that went over big. I mean, we had well over 30,000 views in that thing, and it was well over 20 minutes long. But there are several videos there. And when the teams come out to test, we'll typically cover that as well. But we're trying to bring you more video footage in the new era. And we encourage you to go to the Salem Speedway Facebook page and scroll on down through, because there's so much good video stories and footage there that I think you just may be interested in. Really good stuff, really good stuff. And of course, you can see us, visit us on Instagram and Twitter too, the typical social media channels. What a beautiful day in Salem Speedway. I don't know that it could be better. Weather-wise, I mean, it's just right on. Low 70s. Little breeze, no humidity, partly sunny, partly cloudy. It's just perfect. And considering all the rain we've had in the last, month, but specifically in the last week, it's been raining every day here. We were having a hard time mowing the lawn out front because we just couldn't drag a bushwhacker through it. It was just too wet. It's been raining a lot, so everything is beautiful and green, and it looks wonderful. But fortunately, the good Lord brought down the sun today and dried the place up and created a beautiful day to have this event. We're very grateful for that. It's just gorgeous here today in Salem, Indiana. Glad to have you with us. So the COVID-19 coming your way, 19-lap feature event for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. That will conclude the afternoon's activities following the 12 to 4 practice, open practice, test and tune session. 19 laps, kind of like a sprint car race with big, heavy steel stock cars. It should be interesting. Don't know how many will be participating, but I suspect several will be in the show, and we're looking forward to bringing that to you. We are going to invert the top 7. Not qualifying for the event, but by inversion, we mean that the top 7 in championship standings from 2019, if they're here, Kyle Hadley among the top 10 or top finishers from last year is not here today. So anyway, we're going to invert the top 7 from last year's points, and then from 8th on down would be a blind draw, depending on how many cars we have for the feature. So kind of really excited about that. So I hope you'll be able to, if not kick with us all day here, at least come back for the 5 o'clock feature, the 19-lap show, which we're going to televise for you, stream live for you from Dirt 2 Media, and give it to you as best as we know how. And we're looking forward to that. Badge of honor that comes with the COVID Cup. So badge of honor for sure. More cars rolling up into line. And one car rolling out, so we're gonna get busy here again. Bring it back to you. 77 of Justin Pirtle has climbed onto the track, climbed up the high banks. He's coming out. It looks like Jamie Goodman in 75 and Brandon Deckard in 13 will be coming this way soon. They're in the chute off the backstretch. Well, I thought Pirtle was coming. He came out all right. He came right back in. He came out onto the track, crawled around the banking in 3 and 4, and dipped down back onto pit road. So maybe he was just sort of testing something out with the car, because he's back in his pit stall now. And when you do get out to the Salem Speedway in 2020, you'll be glad you did. There's a lot of cool things happening. The new promoter, Bill Nisley, from the Salem Pekin area, is throwing his heart, soul, and everything he's got at this place, trying to improve it and make it better, make it a better experience for the race fan. You will certainly note the new front stretch wall when you're here, and that he put in and poured recently. New catch fence with a new support post, help keep you safe and tidy in the grandstand. There's a newly poured concrete handicap ramp that gives our handicap fans easy access to the main grandstand area. A brand new front stretch flag stand, and much safer. Built and designed by track owner Owen Thompson. They paved the spectator path at the bottom of the grandstand, so there's not a step down anymore. It's just kind of nice and even, and really, really super cool. Got some new signs up around the place. Got some paint going around on the ticket offices and main restrooms, and trying to spruce it up and pretty it up for you. Yeah, so just a lot of things. Couple apartments on site that have been completely renovated. The new promoter, Bill Nisley, is renovating the third level sponsor suite, which is nice. He's going to have a new floor down and sort of dress it up in his own way, in his version. But it's just been that kind. We can just get the grass cut if it stopped raining, which fortunately it did here today. But he's made so many nice improvements, and we're not exactly where we want to be, but he's got big plans, and he hopes to take it there, and that's his plan, to take this thing to the next level and get that drag strip going on the old airport runway as well. There's been a lot of interest, and I mean a lot of interest, in that airport runway, which will now serve as a drag strip, an 8th mile drag strip. And I'm telling you what, that thing's getting a lot of buzz. So sort of turning this whole Salem Speedway thing into an entertainment complex. Bill Nisley wants to get more active in the campground and make it more user-friendly and make it a better experience for the fans with live bands and I mean, you name it. He's got some ideas, and it's interesting. But now with the adjacent property sort of under the umbrella, and drag racing going on over there soon, it's really bringing a lot of interest and buzz back to the grand old Speedway. So, and we want to see we'd love to see some interaction between the two. You come out for some drag races, and maybe you've not seen an oval race, but you're curious, and you might wiggle your way over and see what it's like on the Salem half mile, or vice versa. If you've not seen the drag race, if you're here for the oval races, we hope you might go over with a little interest and support the drag strip. But it's coming together nicely, and I'm just glad to see this place remain as a racetrack. 55 acres of beauty and high-speed thrills, chills, and spills. The Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. Back with you again as the track had a little break there in the action. People to refuel, get a little something to eat, and prep for the back half of the show here today. We've got a Vors Compact Touring Series car on the track. We did open this test and soon session up for anybody who's competing at Salem in 2020, not just the Great American Stocks, but the Vors Compact cars. And I saw, I haven't seen it out yet, but I saw a quarter mile car down there, a Ford Crown Vic. So Vors Compact cars will be here on August 22nd, the Back to School Bash presented by Ace Hardware of Salem, the Vors Compact cars and Great American Stock cars. Kids night, kids are free, and really good night. Give away a lot of backpacks for the school, and just really goes over well. And we'll give kids rides around the Speedway in one of the safety trucks. Really nice. This is Kyle Frame in the 32 car, one of the Vors Compact cars. Neat little cars, aren't they? Little four-cylinder cars. They sound like bumblebees to me. But they get with it out here. And when the Vors Touring Series comes, look at that, right up at the wall. This guy's not bashful about how to get around Salem Speedway. But these guys will come with 30-plus cars. It's a heck of a show. I think they put on like a 100-lap race here last year. It was great. It was wonderful. They're exciting to watch, these little compact cars. Kyle Frame. Whoa! Oh, that's what I mean about. Oh, Kyle Frame's in trouble. Off turn 4, steer away from the butt end. Nice job. Ooh. Wow, he was headed for the butt end of that wall, gathered it up just in time to shoot the gap and come down pit road. Not before he smacked the wall up in 3 and 4. So we were just talking about that line he was carrying through 3 and 4 right against the wall. That's the fast way around up there where you need to be. He was there in a big way and got himself, boy, that was brand new. Every panel on that car was spanking brand new. And anyway, not anymore. Kyle Frame slapped the wall up there in 3 and 4 with the right side. And I don't know that it did a lot of damage, but there's going to be some. You don't get out with nothing after you bounce off the concrete here. He's whacked her pretty good up there, too, so I'm sure they'll look that one over closely before he goes back out. But, yeah, boy, that's unfortunate. But fortunately, he was able to gather it up and drive it back down pit road. If you can drive it down pit road after hitting the wall at Salem, that's a pretty good sign. Not always, but I think he'll be all right. So that brings us to the attention of the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. They're on the Speedway now for practice, which is going to go for, about, I don't know, less than an hour and a half. Another hour and a half of practice. Brandon Deckard and Jamie Goodman, both beautiful race cars. These guys work really hard on these things all winter long to get ready for the season. And again, not a mark on those cars. Brand new sheet metal wrapped all the way around. These cars are steel-bodied cars. Now the front bumper covers and the back bumpers are plastic, but the door panels, everything is, except the roof. The roof is plastic or fiberglass, but the body panels on these cars they're steel, and they're big, heavy cars. That's a good-looking machine. Jamie Goodman has done a wonderful job getting that thing. That's beautiful. These cars work really hard on these things, and that's a pretty piece there. Jamie Goodman out of Shepherdsville. 75 car, or is it Louisville? I'm sorry. No, it is Shepherdsville. I was right the first time. I should learn to listen to myself instead of the other guy that talks to himself. You doing all right?
Yeah, good.
Little speed shot for you there. Back with Brandon Deckard in the 13 car. Good looking machine. Not a mark on it. I'd like to see it stay that way. It rarely does after a season at Salem. What a beautiful car. Wow, he had her kicked out there, didn't he? Career best finish of 3rd last year. Brandon Deckard in the In and Out Auto Service, Sam Aguiar, Injury Lawyers, DFAB Metal Fabrication, Chevrolet. So we are under caution, and I'm not sure why just yet. Take a peek out here. I don't know. I don't see anything on the track. Unless somebody came around somewhere. Am I missing something? No, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, caution. We'll take a look here. We'll spread the camera over 3 and 4. Not seeing anything there. I know that maybe oh. That would be one reason for a caution flag, unless that's part of the safety team. I'm sorry, my bad. That's actually a safety vehicle. I thought someone had just wandered out there, but no, that's part of the safety crew. I think maybe the way Brandon Deckard's car kicked around or looked like it was going to come around off turn 4, maybe possible oil or some possible fluid on the track. I don't know, but they're checking it out, looking it over, and we are back under caution as a result at Salem Speedway on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Salem, Indiana. May 30th. Can you believe we got through May after all that? Lord. Last day of May tomorrow and already into June. Crazy. It goes fast. And we haven't even raced yet. Hearing there could be some fluid on the track. But more cars rolling out now, so we must be good to go. That's Barry Smedley on the flag stand. He's been working this track since the 1970s. You talk about dedicated. Barry Smedley. And then G.B. Abbott there. There he is. G.B. Abbott has been he's the safety director. That guy has been at every race event at Salem Speedway since 1987. He has not missed one. They volunteered. He and his wife Dee have volunteered their time the whole week. Volunteered their time to help this place get up and ready and running, and we appreciate what he does for this place, and they've helped so much to help make this place race ready for today. We just couldn't do it without him. I sure as heck couldn't. We're grateful for all the dedication we've seen here over the years, decades in fact. Brandon Deckard, nice line through 3 and 4. That's how you do it. Little kick there, not bad. If you're going fast at Salem in one of these heavy 3,200 pound cars, somewhere in there, you're going to kick out a lot. And loose is fast, but, just not too loose, as we've demonstrated here already a few times here today. Had 3 cars come around on us. Brandon Deckard, best finish 3rd here last year. The Shepherdsville, now we're back with the 84 car. That's actually Justin Fiedler. Justin Fiedler in 84. The K&K Repair Service, Carolina Transport Harbor Bridge Chevrolet. Good to have Justin Fiedler. He works for Ewell Trucking when he's not doing this. Ewell Trucking, the 84 car of Justin Fiedler. Justin's got a couple of young daughters. A wonderful family, nice folks, and always a welcome addition to Salem Speedway. He's a sports drome graduate and does not have a lot of time on this track outside of last year, but his program was continually improved throughout the year. Look at Will Kimmel kick it out through 1 and 2. The TNT Construction Chevy Nova, the only Nova in the house this afternoon. the number iconic to the Kimmel Racing brand. It was that same number that Bill Kimmel Sr. raced with way back when, not only here at Salem, but back when they used to barnstorm and race 4 or 5 nights a week. That's what they did for a living. In fact, Mr. Kimmel, Bill Kimmel Sr., who's still alive at 90, he'll be 92 in September, Will's grandfather, Bill Sr. literally raised his family in racing. They made their living barnstorming across the Midwest, racing, 4 or 5 nights a week. That's how they lived. And the kids, Bill and Frank, grew up with that. I mean, they tell stories of riding in the back of open bed pickups and sleeping on the way to wherever, Kentucky or Tennessee. And they grew up born into the sport and loving it as they do. But the Kimmel Racing brand, Kimmel Racing established in 1949. Brandon Deckard and Jamie Goodman, you see in the shot there off turn 4. Deckard in the lead car. Goodman, talking about Deckard finished a career best 3rd. I think in that same race, Jamie Goodman finished a career best 4th in that 75 car. So these guys were pretty much rookies, and but they really, really stepped up their game. Brandon Deckard headed for pit road. And now Justin Fiedler back onto the track, car number 84. He's another guy that likes to hang it out there. I mean, you'll often see the back end kicked out on the 84. He just likes to drive the car loose. That's a good line through 3 and 4. That's how it's done. Watching, he used to get really sideways off turn 2. We'll see how he gets along this time. Kicked out a little bit, not too bad. But he's really getting to know this place, and I can tell he's just getting more comfortable with the grand old Salem Speedway. And when you start getting, you don't ever get completely comfortable here. Don't let me mislead you. But there he goes, kicking her out, way, way out. That's the old Justin Fiedler I remember. But yeah, you're never going to get comfortable here. But as you get more comfortable, you just start to get faster. Justin Fiedler is an example of that, but he's just been getting faster and faster. I think did I see the Nick Cook car back on the speedway? Thought I did. All right. I was glad to see him back out. Car number 59. Nick had a spin earlier in the day, right down there in 1 and 2 towards the bottom of the track, and he got carried away on the Eddie Gilstrap Motors hook, the wrecker. But not seeing a lot of damage to the car. Whatever happened, and they've obviously made the repairs, and good to see Nick Cook back out onto the speedway. Again, the Louisville, Kentucky driver has never raced on the high banks. He's never been on the high banks until today, so we'll give him some time to get to know this place. He is an extreme figure 8 winner at the Sportstrome, but first time ever on the Salem high banks, so it just takes a while to figure this place out. Now, he's not up to speed right now, not like he was earlier, so I don't know if something's still amiss on the car or what. Or maybe he's just incrementally trying to get himself to a comfort level. There he goes, up where you want to be. Nick Cook has 2 boys. They're here today, 14 and 15. Both are racers. Both compete in the front-wheel drives at the Sportstrome. 37-year-old racer out of Louisville, Kentucky. His first time ever on the high banks. Justin Pirtle back out. We were talking about him earlier in the great story that is Justin Pirtle. He had a major back issue like 3 years ago. He used to race here. His best finish was second. He's never won here, but he had some good finishes. But his goal, of course, like everyone, is to win. He had a major back issue where discs from his back ruptured into his spine, and it got very serious. He spent a month at the Frazier, whatever it is, Medical Rehab Center in Louisville, and he had to virtually learn to walk again. I mean, he came out unable to walk and wondering if he was ever going to get there. So he had to teach himself to walk again, and it was his goal to get back in a race car. 3 years later, he's back in old number 77, and we're certainly grateful for that. Justin Pirtle out of Palmyra, Indiana, and when he's long been in a band. He's a rock and roll band guy. He works in the heating and air business, but he's also in a band. He's a wonderful, great guitar player, lead guitar in a band, and he's a rock and roller, man. And he rock and rolls the high banks of Salem too. Justin Pirtle in car number 77, the Stewart Automotive and Transmission High Octane Wraps and Apparel SS Race Cars Chevrolet. Austin Baum is back on the speedway in car number 74, the mechanical engineering student who will soon be going to be a senior at Purdue. Austin Baum in car number 74, Baum's Racing Supply, B&D Weed Control, Shane Wilson, Lawn Care entry. He picked up a couple of new sponsors this year, to include MR Heating and Air and Mike's Paint and Body Shop. Just 24 years young, but he's been racing for 10 years already, so essentially a veteran. Front-wheel drive champion here on the little track, and a front-wheel drive champion 3 times over at the Drome as well. So pretty good deal. Smart young man, and smart on and off the racetrack. So just about 1 hour and 10 minutes left in practice here today for the Great American Stock Cars. And then the COVID-19 night. Whoa, that's, Nick Cook, the 59 car, got very near the concrete up there in 3 and 4. That's where you need to be. You don't want to be quite as close as he was, but that's part of the trick here, getting comfortable up there through 3 and 4. Let's see his line here. Yeah, he's right there. He's right there. You see all the Darlington stripes around 3 and 4. There's a lot of them here. They striped the wall everywhere around this place. Nick Cook out of Louisville. I can see he's progressing. In just this day, his first time on the high banks, I'm seeing improvement. I can see he's getting more comfortable. He's getting faster. He's getting more sure of the line and looking better all the time. And that's probably a better line for him right now through 3 and 4. But he's doing a good job for his first ever attempt on the high banks today. Doing a really good job. He bought that car from Scotty Wisman. That's the old 24 car that Wisman drove here last year. Wisman's got a brand new car, not ready yet for today, but we expect to see him here on the high bank soon. Scotty Wisman out of Floyd's Knobs, Indiana. So I like what I'm seeing from Nick Cook so far. Oh yeah, he's gonna be good. Yeah, I can see he knows where the line is. He's not afraid to put it there. And often when you just come to this place for the first time, they don't get near the wall up there in 3 and 4 until they get to a level of comfort, and he's right there. So, and as a result, he's going to get faster, and faster. Yep. Good job, Nick Cook. out of Louisville, Kentucky. And off the pace now, it looks like he'll be steering for pit row. We do have a quarter-mile car out there now. I was wondering if he was going to get back out. He's got Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble all over the side of that thing. And it's pretty cool. That is a Ford Crown Vic. They'll be racing here a few times in 2020. So we're looking a couple times anyway, certainly alongside the Halloween 200 in mid-October, the Ford Crown Vics. They'll run the quarter mile down there, and not only the oval, but they'll go in the figure eight too. These cars, Dean Worrell is the mastermind behind these machines, and he put this division together. And they've become very successful in the region. They run like crazy over at the Sportsdrome, and then we get them a couple times. We're fortunate enough to have them a couple times a year as well. They remind me of a street stock, 30 years ago, when you kind of knock the windshields out, weld the door shut, put a roll bar in it, and go after it. There's not a great deal of technology in these things. They really are what the term stock car, grew from. In the early days, stock cars were just that, off the showroom floor and stock. This isn't necessarily completely stock, but it's about as close as we can get in this day and age and keep it as safe as we can. The Ford Crown Vic division, we'll see them here a couple of times, if not 3 maybe, in 2020. But they're fun to watch, especially when you get 30 of them out there. It's a riot act. It's so much fun to watch them. And, going in the figure eight is even funner. They screech and moan and groan all the way around that little quarter mile. Big, heavy Crown Victorias. He's getting around good. This he knows what he's doing, I can tell. Nice job. See, there I mean. They do that lap after. It's fun to watch when there's a ton of them out there. Really is. So we're going to let the cameras roll on the Ford Crown Vic. I'm going to step away from the mic for just a minute or two and be back with you soon. We hope you're enjoying live coverage today from Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. Compliments of Dirt 2 Media. Hope you're enjoying every bit of it. Back in just a moment. definitely put Seymour on the map.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Have you ever met him or seen him? Or?
So it's really funny because his dad still lives there. So
I know. I was
we,
in a restaurant, or that one restaurant. What is it? It's right down off the main drag, like this bar grill.
Rails.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So I see his dad more than we see him, but every now and then, like he'll pop into
It's right by that little grade school. The Everett or
Well, I don't know if it's the one he grew up in, but the one over on 5th Street is
That's when he was really-
Emerson.
yeah,
I think.
yeah. He lived just down the street from there, on the same side of the street. That's where he grew up as a little boy. Then they moved
Okay.
out to that big old farmhouse.
Yeah.
He lived on 5th Street first.
Okay.
good ones are focused.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
they don't get distracted by Joe Grant or anyone else. Hey, I'm back. We're back. And still here. Actually, we never left, really. Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery, where practice continues for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. One of our newer competitors, first-timer, Wesley Howard, Philpott, Kentucky driver, car number 92. Now, I got to say, I'm impressed with this guy. He's never raced here, and he's already fast. And it's just been impressive. He's been his last year. Actually, it's not just his first year here. His first year racing was last year at the Kentucky Motor Speedway. He was the Thunderstock champion and won 3 races and did a heck of a job, no doubt. But he's never, raced on the high banks or anything close to what Salem Speedway is. This is his first time, and he's fast, and I mean fast. This is impressive. Wesley Howard, Philpott, Kentucky driver in the hoodless 92. His line is good, right through the middle, and he's doing what he should be doing. He's laying down the laps and laying down a lot of them, maybe more than anyone here today. But look at the line. That's perfect. That's sweet. That's harder to do than even it may look. I don't know, but looking at his line, considering he's never done it before, really nice off turn 2. Whoa! Oh, no. Come on. Oh, beautiful. Didn't hit a thing. That doesn't always happen at Salem Speedway. But it certainly just did for Wesley Howard. I'm grateful. He's learning so much here today. Learning so much. And he got away with one there because he didn't, no hard landing. And that's going to be very helpful. But I'm impressed. He's good. He's fast. And it got away from him there. But his line at both ends of the speedway is right on the money. So impressive. And super glad he didn't land against concrete after coming off that spin, because it could have been a lot worse. So just a really nice job today from Wesley Howard. Works for Owensboro Crane when he's not doing this. Kind of came over with the Heath Helton clan from Kentucky, the Owensboro area. And, what can you say? The guy won a championship in the Thunderstock division at Kentucky Motor Speedway in his first year last year. Won 3 races, and he's up to speed already at Salem. So I'm impressed. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty now. We're getting to it even closer to the main event. We've got just 20 minutes left in practice that would conclude what's been a 4-hour practice session. A big day for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. And then we're going to, upon the conclusion of this practice session, we're going to figure out the lineup for the feature event that's coming at about 5 o'clock. We're going to televise it on this live stream through Dirt 2 Media. And we're going to give you a show tonight, the COVID Cup. COVID-19, winner to receive the COVID Cup in honor of the people around the globe who've lost their lives to the coronavirus. That's dedicating this day to them. But we have a beautiful cup trophy. Money on the line, too. Compliments of a donation from MR Heating and Air. We thank you for that. And just a great way to wrap a really nice day at Salem. What we consider our opening day, test and tune. And a 19-lap feature, the COVID-19 coming your way to cap it all off about 5 o'clock. So we're getting there. We're going to invert the top 7 from last year's 2019 points and blind draw the rest. So looking forward to bringing it all to you. What will be our first race of the season at Salem coming up at 5 o'clock. And you'll see it right here at salemspeedway.tv through our good friends at Dirt 2 Media here to produce the live stream here today. Well, that spin didn't scare off Wesley Howard none, did it? He came right back. And another Ford Crown Vic on the little track in the middle. I'm not sure who's in that quarter-mile car, but he's been testing periodically on the quarter-mile in preparation for the races coming. The Ford Crown Vic races coming later this season. Back on the high banks with Austin Baum in 74. Baum's Racing Supply, B&D Weed Control, Shane Wilson Lawn Care, Chevy. He picked up some new help this year from sponsors. Well, I'll get to it. I know I will. He's got some new sponsors this year. The MR Heating and Air, who is the title sponsor for this event, and Mike's Paint and Body Shop. Austin Baum, 24 years young, out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. That's a nice car. Let's check his line. It looks good. It's good way through 3 and 4. Down the front stretch and checking the line in 1 and 2, right about where you want to be. Nice. And off the pace down the backstretch. Looks like he'll be steering for pit road, but a nice line around the track from Austin Baum. Our feature event here this afternoon, COVID-19, is not a mandatory event for these drivers. They can choose to participate, or they don't have to. We hope they do, and we look forward to, I believe most of them will. And we're looking forward to bringing you a bona fide feature event race. It's going to be a sprint, too, for these guys. These guys are used to running 50 lappers, 75 lappers, 100, 200 laps. 19, that would be a sprint car race for the Great American Stocks. So, yeah, it's not a points race, so they don't feel compelled to race for points, but it is and will be an official race, and the winner will go into the books as an official winner at Salem. This guy's the only Ford Crown Vic here testing, and I'd say this guy's getting some pretty solid TV time as the only guy in his division here today. There's nowhere else to point the camera. He's stealing the show. It's perfect. Smart on his part to come today. And I tell you, I don't know. I got to find out who that is, and I apologize for not knowing. I didn't get to everybody before the show went live, but he's good. That little track and these big, heavy Crown Vics is not easily done. They're on, street tires for the most part, and he's got a pretty solid line around that track. Whoever he is, he's good at it, I can tell. So good for him to take advantage of this opportunity to be live on SalemSpeedway.tv. That's savvy. Looks like a few more half-mile cars firing off pit road. I see the 26 car rolling, Jeff Berg, the blue 26. Coming up around turn 2. Jeff Berg in the Stith Motorsports Pain Management Consultants Lambert Paint and Body Chevy. Coming up onto the speedway now. There he is in the chute. Getting ready to, and he's out. Jeff Berg, the doctor, an anesthesiologist by trade. I'd say you have to know what you're doing to be an anesthesiologist. Jeff Berg, and he's been running well over the last few seasons. Had a 4th place finish in the Halloween 200 not too long ago, and he's typically pretty fast and does a nice job. And up there in years, somewhere around the 70-year mark, still a doctor in Louisville, a very well-respected doctor at the part of the pain management consultants team in Louisville. Anesthesiologist and race car driver Jeff Berg, Dr. Jeff Berg, Dr. J, most people call him Dr. J, in the 26 car. Good looking machine. Nice line. Looks good there. Salem Speedway, one of the last remaining high-banked half-mile ovals left in the country. And when I say high-banked, I mean kind of like a a Talladega style. I mean, not quite where Talladega is, but we're at 33 degrees of banking here. Can't always see it on a live TV feed, but trust me, it's there. Big high banks. Dr. J, looking good. Nice line. Chevy Monte Carlo. What a beautiful day. My goodness, this could not have turned out better. A little wiggle there through 3 and 4. You'll see a lot of that at Salem. Getting around pretty good. Getting around real good. Good. Nice line through 1 and 2. Not as high as some of the guys have been up through 3 and 4, but he's still got a good line and he's fast. That's the main thing. Hi, Greg. Good. How are you? Wonderful. Laying down some laps, Jeff Berg. Yeah, he does look good. The Louisville, Kentucky doctor, Dr. J. Looking real good. Oh, a little wiggle there. You'll see a lot of that. Thanks for joining us today on the live broadcast. We appreciate each and every one of you, and we hope you'll stick around for the main event coming your way about 5 o'clock, the COVID-19, a 19-lap sprint race for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. So it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out, because these guys are used to, pacing themselves. They run 50 laps, they run 75 laps, they run 100, they'll run 200, but they're in for the long haul, and they got to, manage the tires. There'll be no tire management today. There'll be no long-term strategy. In fact, there'll be no strategy at all, really. I mean, it's hammer down and go. 19 laps to get the job done, which is not a lot of time, or certainly not what these guys are used to. So this is a format they've virtually never seen before, not on this track. They've never gone just 19 laps in a little trophy dash, you could say, for these guys, a little sprint to the checkers. So I'm just interested to see how that shakes out, because there's no waiting till lap 70 or 75 or lap 90 to push the buttons and go. When the green flag falls, you're going to go, because you got to go. You got 19 laps to get the job done. So this is going to be an interesting feature event, I believe, and we're looking forward to bringing it to you today. Welcome, everyone. I'm Don Radebaugh, and happy to be with you today on a beautiful afternoon in southern Salem, Indiana. Beautiful Salem, Indiana. Another half-mile car out. Looks like Heath Helton, 3-time winner on the Salem High Banks, a winner in 2018, and won a couple of main events last year. And it looked like, quite honestly, he was en route to a very possible track championship last year, but got involved in a skirmish in 1 and 2, which happens here often, and really tore the car up enough that I think he missed a show and still finished third in the standings, but he's had some unfortunate luck through the midway part of the season last year. But this guy's a championship contender. He's fast. He's a race winner. Good guy, good family. Sort of an all-volunteer operation, and we're glad to have him back for 2020. He hasn't won the championship last year, but he's as close to champion as you can get. Heath Helton out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Good line there. And he's really turned himself into a polished veteran. And very short, well, see, that's confidence. When you can go and stay in the gas when you're literally, he was probably a couple feet away from the wall up there in 3 and 4. Some guys, when they get up there, it's because they had to chase the car up the track, and then they don't stay in the gas. But you watch him. That is confidence. He's confident in his ability to drive that car, and he's good at it. Kicking out a little there. That's okay. That's part of the formula here. But I like watching his line in 3 and 4. In hard, stay in it hard, and right up to the fence. Nice. Very nice. Getting down to it now, just, 7 minutes left in practice. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I just got a Facebook message. The Crown Vic in the center is Handsome Harry. Harold Bratcher. That's what that means. Can we get back on the quarter mile just real quick? Yeah, he's there. We're there. Yeah, Handsome Harry. Thanks for that. Karen Hahn. I would have said your name in the middle, but I'm afraid I'll mispronounce it. So Karen Hahn just sent me a text message in Messenger saying, the Crown Vic in the center is Handsome Harry. And that was a nickname I gave Harold Bratcher, who's very colorful on the other end of a camera, and a lot of fun, great guy, funny guy, super guy. And Harold Bratcher running the Flintstone Flyer in the middle. He's got Barney Rubble and Fred Flintstone on the side of that car, which makes it even more awesome. Harold Bratcher, I did a video on him, or he was in one of my videos we produced for the Salem Speedway Facebook page, and I tagged him Handsome Harry. And now he came to last time he came to the track, he came with T-shirts made up that says Handsome Harry on it. So I put the tag on him, and it's one that seemed to stick. Handsome Harry grinding off the tires on the quarter mile. Harold Bratcher, who is, by the way, will be competing in the Great American Stock Car Division at Salem. He was here when we did the video. He was here testing about a month ago and blew the engine in his Great American Stock Car. He tells me today that he just got a brand new engine on delivery yesterday. He didn't obviously get it in time for the Great American Stock test session today, so he thought, well, what the heck, I'll bring a Crown Vic and run the quarter mile. But he's going to be with us on the big track as well this year, and just got a brand new engine yesterday after blowing one up earlier this year. So good to see you, Handsome Harry. So, Handsome Harry's getting some serious TV time here. Come on. That's funny. Yeah, with time winding down, we're on the clock at about 3:56, so just 4 minutes left in practice here. This has been a practice session. Get him, Harry. Go, Harry. Do you see that? Man, he is getting it done out there. Gas it. He's good at that little track. That's harder than it looks with those big, heavy cars on a flat quarter. Yeah, that's cool. Anyway, we're just about done with our 4-hour practice session from 12 to 4. And then we're going to sort the lineup out for the feature event coming your way at about 5 o'clock. If we can keep to our marks, we'll do our best. We'll really try hard to get there. And we'll look. That's a great way to wrap the day with a 19-lap feature. And I do see the 16 car of Heath Helton coming off of the pit lane, off the backstretch, it looks like. So in the final moments of practice, Helton in car number 16 is going to take one more run at it looks like. And he's got a whole 3 minutes left to get it done. So Helton adjusted something. He had just been out for a half dozen laps or so, came down pit road and adjusted something on the car in time to get it back out for just a few more rounds before we go off with the closing bell at 4 o'clock. So Helton on the clock, so to speak, and still searching for that handle to get it better in time for the main event coming your way very, very soon. Good guy, great guy. Love the story. Helton saved for years to have the opportunity to race at Salem Speedway. They're obviously not a wealthy family. They're a ragtag mob of volunteers, fathers, friends who help and volunteer their time for the car. He saved for years to buy a car, then he saved for a few more years for the opportunity to buy an engine, and by the time he got it together, it was a couple years ago, and he won a race in his first year in 2018. So he not only worked so hard to be here, but he's turned himself into an excellent race car driver. Of course, won 2 races last year and nearly a championship. He was second in points in 18, so obviously he's pretty good at it. And that does it. That should be fairly close enough. I doubt we'll see any more takers at 3 hours and 59 minutes. I don't think close to 4 as we are that we'll get any more takers on the big track. We'll keep an eye on it for you, though. And that should do it. I'm not seeing, well, I see another car. Brandon Decker is back there in the chute. I don't know if they'll extend this practice session a couple minutes to let him have his fun in the sun. It looks like they may. Or maybe he's lining up for the feature. I don't know. We'll see. But Brandon Deckard is back in the chute, and he is not coming out. He's headed for the quarter mile. Okay. That will conclude practice for today's test and tune for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. We thank you. We're not done yet. We're just getting going, actually. I just wanted to get to that concluding practice here today, and we have much to look forward to, at least a feature race on tap. I'll step away from the mic here momentarily while we take this short pause. We'll keep the still cameras rolling, and what we're going to do is go sort out the lineup. Right now we're going to be inverting the top 7 from last year's 2019 points and do a blind draw for the rest. This is not a mandatory feature, so we're going to go find out who's going to race, who's not going to race. We're going to build a starting lineup. We're going to grid it and come back with a 19-lap sprint car race, stock car style, featuring the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars. It's the inaugural COVID-19 racing for the COVID Cup, a beautiful trophy in honor of the brave souls who lost their lives in the coronavirus across the world this 2020 season. 19 laps, that's all you're going to get, and we think it's going to be super exciting. We hope you'll join us around 5 o'clock. COVID-19 is next at Salem Speedway. We look forward to having you then. I'll step away for a moment and see you back here shortly. Stand by. picture of this?
I did, sir. Tom, you got a radio for me?
Did you check in the office?
I stopped down there and the guy said he didn't know where they were at.
Didn't know where
So
they're
yeah, it
at.
looked like a maintenance guy was over in there.
I'll tell you
For
what.
that, I can get one.
Take this one. I'm not using it. It's not an ad. It's not channel one.
All right.
Just bring it back to the office.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
I was bringing back to you.
So he said that he That's why you kept going back and forth.
And like we set up here at 8, had free drinks and all that. We went out here and had our own seats on the reserve section. It's a nice place. It just needs the right people behind it, which deep pockets help, obviously. But
Yeah.
if they can get this place fixed up, they could have a NASCAR truck race here. I'd put money on it.
Didn't NASCAR used to be? Like occasionally?
They might have had like a smaller, like regional.
Like just a small
NASCARs.
truck race or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. And so our NASCAR runs in now. They've got pulled out of here completely because they don't have they've got wood bleachers down there. Our NASCAR doesn't like that.
I don't like it
Yeah.
either. Like
Yeah.
I went to step down there to go take that trash bag to Ryan yesterday, and I thought I was going through, and I was like, "Ooh, boys, can't do this." So I thought, okay, maybe it's just where the board I stepped on. So I tried to step on another one, and I watched it go like this. I'm like, I'm not. I told Ryan, I said, I'm not coming down there to you. You can come up here to me. Not doing it.
You think I should jump on?
Yeah, if you want to, and then I'll let you know whenever.
I don't want him to pan it because if he starts fishing the camera around, it'll tell we're like not lined up and ready. And if we could just keep it like this, yeah, okay. I can go anytime. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Nice to have you with us. Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. We're getting closer. We had some drivers elect not to race. We still have a nice little field, but and some of the drivers electing not to race, that jumbled our inversion up.
That hard to get a 7-car or 8-car lineup.
Opening, let's get it out of the way now.
Yeah, I should look down here. Blind draw or blind draw all the way. Yeah, I was going to do it this way again. But sorry, Dave.
Oh, no, don't be sorry on that, you know. I'm just
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay, and then we're live on Facebook.
All right, we're back this time for good. Sorry about that. Had to take care of some business, but we're back and we're very close to a starting lineup. Cars are rolling off onto the back chute in preparation for the COVID-19. Now, as I was telling you, there were drivers that elected not to race, which is fine. We told them it was completely optional. So that made the inversion that we had set a little more challenging. So we had to work through some small issues, but we're getting very close now, and we're certainly on our way. In fact, there's one. I think that's the 12T who elected not to go. So, but that's okay. We still have. It's going to be an interesting race because some of the hot dogs are gone, and it's going to open up the door for some of the guys that don't often have the opportunity to run up front. So actually this is a good thing the way it's unfolding here, and we're getting there. We're almost there. If you're just joining us, welcome to Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. 4-hour practice session. A test and tune for the Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars is now behind us, and we are now rolling cars off on the backstretch for what will soon be the start of the COVID-19, a race in honor of the people who have lost their lives to the coronavirus. And we're just giving them 19 laps. This is more or less a little exhibition feature just to put some product out there, something for the fans at home watching online. We're grateful to have you there. There are no fans in the stands here today for the obvious reasons, so we wanted to bring you something at least online, something you could see from the comfort of your home. Go ahead and put me back on. So we're close. We're very close, and we look forward to bringing it to you here now. Been a wonderful day here at the Salem Speedway. We appreciate you guys staying with us for most of it. And getting closer all the time. So I hear the roar of the engines as the cars begin to grid on the chute off the backstretch. Todd Kemp roaring to life now and driving his car back. I see Tony Conway's in line and ready to go. I'm wondering how many cars we've got left. We started the day with about 22 Lucas Oil Great American Stock Cars, which we thought was a huge hit, which is a lot, actually. And considering that several of the teams that will be competing with us full-time in 2020 were not here today at all. So, I mean, the numbers are looking really good and really healthy. Some just chose not to race, and that's fine. And we're grateful for the ones that chose to stick around and race. And right now, that includes Tony Conway, the Iceman. Car number 54 is lined up on the backstretch, ready to go. Conway in the 54, the 2002 Great American Salem Speedway Stock Car Champion. And former Halloween 200 winner, back to about 1998, I believe he won the. I know he won the Halloween 200. I'm pretty sure it was 1998. Todd Kemp, the 5-time Lucas Oil Great American Stock Car Champion, is lined up and ready to go on the backstretch. I can see that the 74 of Austin Baum is headed that way to take his position in the lineup, as is the 77 of Justin Pirtle. Justin Fiedler in the show. Car number 84 making his way to his lined up position. Car number 17, Shane Slider. So, and Jeff Caudell, the 98 car, still very much in the show. So we've got a good field of cars. I believe David Baines should be in the race, car number 32, the 4-time champion. So we're in good shape. We don't have them all that we started with, but that's okay. We've got just 19 laps, and we don't need a million cars. We need exactly what we have, and we're looking forward to bringing it to you. The 38 car of what I understand is Alex Ware, Artie's son, will be in the race. Both Artie and Alex were sort of both in and out of the car here today. They were swapping out the car. Artie's very familiar with Salem Speedway, and he wants to get his son Alex some more seat time in that car. And they've elected to put Alex, his son, in the car for the COVID-19 feature race. So that's a good idea, because Alex is pretty new to the high banks, and certainly as all drivers new to this place, he can use some seat time, as can the rest. So we're lining up on the backstretch, and we are getting close. As we pan out, Barry Smedley back on the flag stand. We've got Jim Robinson, race director, upstairs, in position, ready to go. Chief scorer Dave Wren here with us today. Thank you, Dave. He's in position and ready to go. Our safety team in position. The 92 car has elected to stay. That's great. The 92, Wesley Howard, the Philpott, Kentucky driver, has elected to stay in the 92. And I think Heath Helton's here as well. The 16, we'll certainly check on that for you. But most of the cars are now gridded just off the backstretch, and will be rolling soon. And again, before we let you go on this broadcast, because we won't be with you for too much longer, just a 19-lap feature, the inaugural event, not inaugural, let me back up on that. Our first official event here in 2020 will be, as it stands at this time, the 31st Annual Firecracker 150, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, coming to the Salem High Banks July 4th. It's going to be a big holiday celebration, 150 laps for the Firecracker 150 for the Great American Stock Car teams. We'll have 2 other divisions as well. It's the first time we've done that with the Firecracker 150. We'll have the Outlaw Figure 8 cars and the Ford Crown Vics. Free camping, and we're going to have a band out in the campground. And we're going to cap the evening off with a huge, huge fireworks celebration and display for all the ticket buyers. And so it's going to be a big night. And as it would stand, July 4th falls on a Saturday night this year. So it's going to be the perfect Saturday night in Salem, Indiana, specifically here at Salem Speedway. That's our first event, the Firecracker 150. So this test and tune here today, 4 hours of practice, and now a 19-lap feature race will sort of serve as a warm-up, and cars are now rolling out onto the track. Well, that's a good sign. I knew we'd get there. Took us a little bit. The inversion got a little tricky for us in a 7-car inversion from last year's points. Some of the teams electing to check out early. Will Kimmel elected not to race. He would have started 7th in the inversion as last year's champion. He elected not to race. But we'll see as the cars come. Several did stay, and that's good enough. We've got just 19 laps. It'll be like a 19-lap trophy dash for the Lucas Oil Grade American stock cars. There's your speed shot from the front stretch behind the beautiful brand new Eddie Gilstrap Motors Ford Ranger Pace truck. Brand new truck, compliments of Eddie Gilstrap Motors. We're so grateful. Such a nice, beautiful piece of equipment. The Eddie Gilstrap Ford Ranger will be pacing the field all season long at Salem Speedway. Brand new, beautiful. Thank you so much, Eddie Gilstrap Motors, for your continued contributions through the years. We appreciate the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Ford Ranger Pace pickup truck. So cool. There it is. Yeah, it's beautiful. Brand new. Just gorgeous. We can sort of slowly pan through the field. And, you're going to see your line. It looks like, how about that? Justin Fiedler on the pole. This is so cool. Austin Baum alongside. They don't normally get to start up front, so this is interesting. This is going to be good. And there are more cars that elected to stay than I had actually initially thought. So we're in great shape here, and we're grateful for the guys that did choose to stay with us here today. Looking at the field, I'm seeing a nice little lineup for a nice little feature race. All racing for the COVID Cup. Beautiful trophy cup. And they got some money on the line, too. Compliments of MR Heating and Air, who donated the purse for this event so we could race here tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. Well, I'm seeing 11 cars out there. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. We're good to go. We've got ourselves a feature race, the COVID-19 racing for the COVID Cup. Front row again will be Justin Fiedler in 84 and the 74 of Austin Baum. Second row is Shane Slider in the 17. And it looks like I'm seeing David Baines in the 32. Wow. He's liking that up front starting spot. The 4-time track champion from outside row 2. I got to believe he's pretty happy with that position. And then right behind him, he'll have the 9-car of Todd Kemp, the 5-time champion. Jeff Caudill in the 98. Here in the roar of the cars, you got the 54 of the Iceman, Tony Conway, the 77 of Justin Pirtle, the 92 Wesley Howard, 38 of Alex Ware, and the 75 car of Jamie Goodman bringing up the rear of the field. Now, he told me earlier he probably wasn't going to go, so it's nice to see him sort of backing up on that and electing to come out and be part of the show. 11 cars in our lineup, plenty good enough. It's the COVID-19, the inaugural run for the COVID Cup, and we are getting set to go. Appreciate all you guys staying with us all afternoon for the test and tune, 4 hours of practice, which a lot of these guys definitely utilized, which was good. And now we've got a 19-lap feature event, just perfect, just to cap the day off. Interesting, Justin Fiedler, Austin Baum, 74, either one has ever won a main event feature race here at Salem Speedway. Quite possibly their best opportunity here late this afternoon. How about Shane Slider, the Henryville, Indiana driver from inside row 2, car number 17. He's got David Baines alongside, the 4-time track champion. You've got Todd Kemp, 5-time champ from row 3 with veteran, Austin, Indiana veteran Jeff Caudill alongside. That's row 3. Row 4, Justin Pirtle and the Iceman Tony Conway set to go. Alex Ware in the 38, Wesley Howard, brand new to Salem Speedway in the 92, and Jamie Goodman bringing up the rear. Keeping an eye on the flag stand. Green flag in the air. Here we go. The COVID-19 is officially underway. Fiedler with the edge, and now Kemp. Where did Kemp come from? From all the way from row 3, and he'll bring the 32 of David Baines along. Wow, where did Todd Kemp come from? Man, he shot like a cannon from row 3. You talk about getting a good start. Todd Kemp made it happen. Battle for 3rd and 4th. It's the 84 of Justin Fiedler, Shane Slider in his rear view mirror. They're nose to tail in 3-4. Your leader is Todd Kemp off turn number 4. He's got a whole bunch of David Baines in the mirror. Baines peeking inside of Kemp now in 1 and 2. Battle for the lead, not enough. He'll close the door. Todd Kemp will lead the way down the backstretch. Well, that was an interesting start. Kemp came all the way from row 3 to lead the first lap. There's some experience up front. How about that? Talk about a duel. Baines peeking inside with a fender. Not enough. Off turn 2. Todd Kemp, a 5-time champion, leading a 4-time champion. A 4-time champion with 29 career victories. It's been a long time. It's been a couple seasons since Todd Kemp went to victory lane here. He's got Baines peeking inside. Not enough, but Baines still inches away in the 32. Now another fender inside off turn 2. Not enough. Kemp will close the door down the backstretch. Good race for the lead. Huntingburg, Indiana's Todd Kemp in car number 9. Leading Borden, Indiana veteran David Baines. Still good battle for the lead. Good race here. Still nose to tail. Kemp not driving. It's not often that you're going to drive away from David Baines. I don't care who it is. These guys are both the best in the business at Salem Speedway, and they're still nose to tail, literally just feet apart, sometimes inches. Baines, we're driving it right in there. Gosh, an inch away, and now with a peek inside off turn 4. Again, he'll fall back in line and follow in the tire tracks of Todd Kemp. With laps winding down, it doesn't take long. 19 laps, that's all they get. Todd Kemp, your leader. And now Baines peeks inside, got the car a little loose. He'll have to fall back in line. Battle for the lead continues. Battle for the, it's hard to leave this battle. It is good. It is good. Whoa, inches apart. Battle for the lead continues with laps winding down. We're going to pan back through the field a little bit here and give you a look at where some of the other runners are. That's a Caudell going by. Yeah, they're pretty well strung out in the back. Your third place car is the 74 of Austin Baum. Further back, it's the 98 of Jeff Caudell. You see him in your shot there. He's got the 84 of Justin Fiedler in his mirror, but looking back through the pack, the field is pretty well spread out. But just wanted to give you a quick look at it before we shake out 19 quick laps. Back with your leaders now in 3 and 4 with laps winding down. Perfect. Todd Kemp still showing the way over David Baines, two veterans going at it Salem Speedway style on the high banks. Clean, mean, and green so far. No incidents. Like to keep it that way. And now that's the biggest lead Todd Kemp has had all day. All day. Listen to me. A 19-lap sprint car race with stock cars. Kemp still showing the way about 2 lengths now. Make it maybe 3. Baines might be cooling off those Hoosier Comanches to take one final run at Todd Kemp with laps winding down. Been a good race so far, especially up front where it counts the most. Todd Kemp leading off turn 4. And I'll tell you what, I don't know how Kemp did it, but he went from row 3, started from row 3, and by the time that first lap was over, he was leading the race. You don't see that very often. And we saw it here today from the veteran out of Huntingburg, Indiana. Looking at your speed shot, looking back through the field, I see Caudell go by. Back up front. We're getting down to it now. I see Barry Smedley, our official starter and flagman, reaching for the white and checkered flag. So I know we're getting there with laps winding down at Grand Old Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. Your leader is still Todd Kemp, and here comes David Baines with a nice hard run into turn 3. Not enough, though. Following in the tire tracks off turn number 4. Time running out. Leaders, veterans, champions up front, duking it out on the high banks at Salem Speedway. Kemp got his car way high up off turn 2, got very near the concrete wall, coming down off turn number 4. White flag in the air, one more time around, that's all you get. One more time around for Todd Kemp, who's not been to victory lane at Salem Speedway in at least 2 years. It's been back, we got to go back to 2018 before we see Todd Kemp come back to the lead. And here come the leaders now off turn 4 one more time. David Baines he's not going to get there. Checkered flag up. Todd Kemp, Huntingburg, Indiana's Todd Kemp takes the COVID-19 and earned the COVID Cup here at Salem Speedway. Nice little race. And incident free, I might add. No cautions. No cautions. Green and mean all the way through. That's the way you get it done. Nice job. Should I just wrap up whenever I want, or how do you want to do that?
Yeah, that's fine. You can. Are they going to do like a victory lane thing?
Well, they will. They will, but there's no announcer down there.
And then, yeah, there's not an announcer down there. So
Yeah.
you can talk. And then once the thing's over,
There you go. There's some donuts. Todd Kemp. All right, good for him. Good for him. It's been a long time coming. A couple of years anyway. That was kind of a dry spell for Todd Kemp, who did not get the victory lane last year. He was close. He finished second in the championship standings. But this one feels good. This goes down as an official victory. He'll receive the beautiful COVID Cup trophy and some money too, compliments of MR Heating and Cooling. Todd Kemp out of the car, checkered flag in hand. And that one's got to feel good for the Huntingburg, Indiana driver who's not been to victory lane, like I said, in a couple years. So I know he was especially hungry. He's used to winning a little more often, and he just didn't get there last year. But right out of the box, he's back in victory lane. Our congratulations to him. A great race for him. Had to hold off one of the best at Salem Speedway, David Baines, in the 32 car. And certainly congratulations to Todd Kemp's sponsors, Kemp Excavating, Hank Seinshep, Kiana Body and Glass, all helping out on the 9 car. Small Brothers Truck and Auto Repair also on board this year with Todd Kemp. 5-time champion is back in victory lane at Salem Speedway. Do with hang on a minute. I don't know what I did with. I wrote all your names down. I wanted to sign off with you guys. Kelsey, Nathan, Bob. Yep. Is it just 3 of you here, right? Okay, you can just put me on. And I'm almost done, actually. I'll sign off.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, hope you enjoyed the day's activities, a 4-hour practice session of fun in the sun at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. And now our top 3 finishes. Our congratulations to third-place finisher Austin Baum out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Really nice job today. David Baines will come home runner-up, the Borden, Indiana former track champion, giving it all he could. Just didn't have enough here today. Our winner again, Todd Kemp, in the 9 car. And our congratulations to Todd Kemp, car number 9, the Huntingburg, Indiana driver, the winner of the 2020 inaugural COVID-19, and now he'll hold the brand new, beautiful COVID Cup. Our congratulations to you, Todd Kemp. Very nice job. And I want to thank the Dirt 2 media crew who provided the live stream free of charge. We're forever grateful for your service here today, so we could put some product out on into the world and show us that, and show everyone that Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery, is alive and well and ready to rumble in 2020. We do hope you enjoyed the show. For Kelsey Bowling, our producer, cameramen Nathan and Bob Bowling, I'm Don Radeball. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to seeing you next time. So long from Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. Congrats, Todd Kemp.